going on Twitch and YouTube. If you're watching this later as a replay on YouTube, KilsonX back at it. We're going to be playing more Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom today. Very excited as always to continue the journey in this incredible game. Got my Zelda hat, got my heart container pendant, got my Legend of Zelda Triforce tattoo, got my Triforce ring, and I have all of my swag from the game behind me here. We got the special edition game, we got the boxed amiibo, the open amiibo, the OLED Legend of Zelda Switch, and the Legend of Zelda Pro controller. Plus I have my Legend of Zelda notebook, which I'm keeping notes as we play through the game, such as my Korok journal and other cool journal entries that we'll be doing in that. And I've got my little friend, Kilson the Korok, hanging out with us as well. Not to mention this cool poster that I got as well. So got the whole Legend of Zelda swag family ready to go, and we are going to jump in, continue our journey from yesterday. Where we left off, we were at we just arrived at Lookout Landing last night, so that was a pretty sweet moment. It's about time that we got there. We've been doing a lot of just roaming, free roaming, exploring the world, doing a bunch of random stuff. But now we're going to progress this story, progress the narrative a little bit. Hopefully get our paraglider today. We'll see what happens. I'm assuming we'll probably get it today, though. So yeah, we're going to make some good progress, and we'll be ready to advance one of the quests, the main quests, and yeah, it should be fun to see what happens there. And then we'll start, I don't know, maybe doing more free roaming after that. We'll see what happens. Anyways, let's get everything set up and ready to go. Turn on the switch over the input. Grab my Pro controller, it's been charging, it's all set up and ready to go as well. Alright, and here we go. Without further ado, let's continue the journey. Where we left off, Link was camping. I'm going to dim the lights as well, just for a little bit more of a moody atmosphere. Link was camping with our horse in Lookout Landing. So we left off, we were sleeping, and now we're going to wake up and continue exploring Lookout Landing. Just like that, it's a new day in Hyrule. And here we are at Lookout Landing. Beautiful. I haven't done anything here yet. We just spoke to the guards at the main entrance and then proceeded to set up a little campsite for ourselves. How'd you sleep, Snurble? Did you have a good sleep? Let's give her some breakfast. A couple apples. Here you go, girl. Yeah, I gotta start the day right with some nutrition. We'll give her some pats too. That's a girl. Good girl. She worked hard for us, running around Hyrule Field. We haven't gotten her into a stable to get groomed in a while, so gotta make her as comfortable as possible here. She can hang out with our campfire. And now we get to explore Lookout Landing. It's pretty exciting. I'm definitely digging the music. Looks like we can sit down, have a little bit of coffee before we start the day. I'm also going to have a little bit of coffee. Nice. Nice, we have a guy chopping some logs. Looks like he's not making too much progress. I feel like he will just perpetually chop this log forever. Sorry, bud, but that's your programming. Anyways, let's find out his name. Carson! Nice. Maybe he's part of Bolson Construction Crew, so maybe he will do something else eventually. Sorry, but I got my hands full right now. If it's building materials you're after, I'd suggest you start by cutting a tree down. After that... Hey, hold on. I thought that might be you, Link. Wow, what a relief. You're safe. I was seriously worried about you. Where have you been, anyway? Sorry. Just relieved you're back. So, you know Purra's here, right? You gotta see her right away if you haven't yet. But wow, I can't even tell you how happy I am to see you here at Lookout Landing. Nice, just a bit more. Purra always keeps it together, but I'm betting if she sees you, she'll probably lose her cool. Everyone's been worried since you and the princess disappeared, but Purra, she's been really worried. Probably gonna repeat. Yeah, he's repeating it now, so that's good. There we go, we got a little conversation with Carson. Looks like we have a well. Yeah, Lookout Landing well. Hyrule Field. Obviously we can use Ultra Hands to expose the well. Oh, maybe not. We're gonna learn from Carson. Might be super dangerous down there. Don't touch that. The well is still under construction, so please steer clear for now. If you fell in, it'd be a whole thing. Alright, fair enough then, Carson. We'll be back. What else? What else? Some buckets, like a wash station or something. I wonder if there's anything specific to the grass inside here. Or if there's anything at all programmed into the grass inside Lookout Landing. Chop some stuff down and find out, I guess. We don't want to be too troublesome. Lamppost, Hudson Construction Company, materials, barrels, boards. So obviously Robbie is going to want to talk to us. Let's hold off on this until we've spoken to some of the other regular villagers first. We'll save the big visit with what's-her-face, Purra, for later. We could talk to the guards first, actually. No way! Nice, Mondi. Huh? Mr. Link? No way, it can't be. Please, check in with Purra. She keeps an eye on everything here at Lookout Landing. That is really you, right, Mr. Link? I just can't believe it. Please be sure to check in with Purra. She keeps an eye on everything here at Lookout Landing. Nice, thanks, Mondi. Pretty sure there's nothing in these trees. I checked last night, but just gotta double check. Got a couple fish we can catch. Might as well grab them. There we go. Alright, let's head back inside. And let's go check the other gate as well to see if that guy has anything to say. I don't believe it! Everyone's so surprised to see Link. It's pretty cool. This is definitely a cool little place. It's so like picturesque and fantastical with the training station and the boardwalk all the way around the top and the lookout towers and the spikes, protection spikes and the drawbridges and the moat. It's totally fantastical. I love it. Huh? Kopora. Oh, Link? Are you alone? Where's Princess Zelda? Oh, never mind. You better go talk to Purra right away. I think she's in the research lab. That's the building with the telescope. Hurry now, go talk to Purra. She's in the building with the telescope. Nice, thanks, Kopora. Kapora. Okay. I want to keep exploring the perimeter before we go talk to Pura. Oh yeah, I want to try seeing if I can start a fire on one of the larger lily pads that doesn't sink. There we go, I wanted to see if I could dive in here as well. This lily pad does unfortunately sink, so you can't dive off the lily pad, it seems. Again, maybe the larger one that doesn't sink, might be possible to dive off that. Still, it's fun to do some lily pad hopping. You gotta dive off this dock too, just for the sake of it. See if it's possible. It might not be possible because the lily pad's in the way. Doesn't seem to want to give me the diving prompt. Yeah, that's too bad. But you can dive off the other dock as we discovered. Okay, there we go. Nice. The running dive was just giving me too much distance, and maybe the game thought I was going to hit the bank over there. So I decided to do a walking dive, or a sprinting dive, I guess, rather than a full run. Let's talk to this old guy.
Let's see now.
Lester.
Ooh, it's you. Your arrival is sure to cause a bit of a stir, Oh, but you probably needed something, didn't you? Well, if this is your first visit, go talk to that soldier in the center of our little fort. Sure enough, you stirred things up around here. Oh, but you probably needed something, didn't you?
Now he's saying the same thing again. Okay. Let's talk to these guys. Flaxel, or Flaxel.
Look, pal, let's talk later. I'm trying to listen to the captain.
Oh?
Greylands.
Ahem?
Oh.
I'm right in the middle of giving out orders. This group's going to join the search for Princess Zelda. So whatever you need, it's gotta wait until...
What? Is that really you? Link, you've returned.
I've got to say that it's a relief to see that you're safe. I'm Greylands, head of the monster control crew. But we can talk more later. You need to report into Pura immediately. She has to know you're back. Monster control crew? Your interest in our work honors us all, but please, go tell Pura you're safe. Flaxel, Greylands.
Oh.
Link, my apologies. Your interest in our work honors us, but I'm busy giving orders to this group right now. Please let Pura know you're safe. She's in the building with the telescope. Seems like everyone's just going to say that until I go talk to her. What's this guy's name with the bucket on his head?
Oh?
Landy.
Shush! The captain's still talking.
Oh.
Link, my apologies. He's just going to... Every time I talk to anybody, he's going to do that. Okay, well, it's good we're learning their names now. We've got Flaxel, Landy, Greylands. Let's find out what this guy's name is.
Ah?
Durbos. These people have weird names. I feel like they're almost anagrams or backwards or something. But backwards, Sobred, that doesn't really make sense either. So, you're this Link I've heard about. You really do look tough.
Oh.
Now this guy's going on again. Yeah. Cool, that was fun though. Can I interact with this horse? I wonder if I could feed this horse apples even though it's not my horse. No, doesn't seem like this horse will eat my apples. Fine. Don't eat my apples, I'll save them for myself. I haven't actually tried to feed horses that aren't mine. Maybe we can try to feed these ones. No, they're not interested in the apples either. They're actively turning their head away. This is a cool little storehouse. Nice. Zelda and Link gone missing poster. Yeah, I think that's supposed to be Link down there. I wouldn't mind carrying this torch just because it was found in here. So let's throw this away. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, it's way too blurry to decipher it. I'm assuming it's highly in, but you just can't make it out, unfortunately. Yeah, it's definitely like a missing poster. Zelda and Link. It's pretty cool. What about these notes? Can't decipher those either. That's cool though. This is a fun little storehouse, storeroom. Got some minerals or some ores in boxes, some notebooks, a satchel, a rolled up bag, and some sacks. Nice. Yo, what's up, Molly? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hope you're having a fine evening. Bales of hay. Barrels, wheels. Oh, you can actually manipulate these wheels. Okay. So I could technically make like a wagon or something in here with these wheels, but there's only 3 of them, so it would have to be some kind of tricycle type thing, which would be interesting. That's cool though. Going great. How am I doing? I'm doing well, thank you. Just streaming some Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I'm a huge Zelda fan, so I'm very happy to be streaming and playing this fantastic game. Are you a Zelda person? Weird, I can't... Okay, nice, you can't interact with these, so I can make an axe. Don't really need another axe right now, so I think we're okay. Yeah, you love this game? Nice, nice. Are you currently playing it yourself? Okay, sick. Here's a clothing store we can get. Oh, more than clothing store. It's got apples and arrows as well. By the way, do I only play Zelda or any other game? Yeah, I play other games too. Minecraft is a big game for me, but lots of good games that I love to play. Okay, sweet. So yeah, that's clothing and items. Let's talk to the store clerk and see what she has to say. Mubs is her name. Hey, welcome. It's your first time at my store, right? It's the only place to shop here in Lookout Landing. I know it looks a little thrown together, but I stock a nice selection of goods. I ran a store back in my hometown, so I hope you'll support my place here. Your hometown? I come from a small fishing town called Lurelin Village. Okay, nice. Yeah, we know Lurelin from Breath of the Wild, obviously. She's got a nice tan. Looks like she probably comes from a beach town. It's way to the south, on the southeastern corner of Hyrule. Used to be a peaceful place, too. Then the pirates arrived. I used to run the village's general store, but when those pirates arrived, I had to grab all the goods that I could carry and run. I I don't know how it's going there now. I hope I can return someday, but for now, I'll just keep selling as much stuff as I can. Sounds like we'll be able to clear Lurelin of enemies and pirates and then help her return to her hometown, which would be cool. Yeah, how about you, Molly? What other games do you like to play? Please let me know if there's anything you'd like. Anything else you need? Buy my stuff.
Ah.
Sweet, so I can sell her some of my inventory, which I'm going to need to do if I'm going to buy everything here. Because I'm pretty short on rupees as it is, so we're going to definitely be selling some stuff off so we can buy all of the inventory from this store. But let's hold off on doing that for now. We'll do that a little bit later.
Ah.
Not interested. That's fine. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Anything else you need? Goodbye.
Oh.
If you want something, just pick it out and let me know. You start with Zelda, this is your first time, and you enjoy it a lot. Okay, nice. Right on, right on. Hey Molly, I could be wrong, but I get the impression that you are a graphic designer slash artist who is interested in showing me some of your work and hopefully having me hire you. And if that's the case, I have to preemptively tell you that it's not something I'm currently interested in. And I've had a lot of people pass through offering those services, and yeah, it's definitely not something I'm currently interested in. So if that's what you were hoping for, then yeah, sorry about that, but it's not something I'm looking for. But if you just want to watch the stream and talk about Zelda, then that's awesome. I'm totally happy about that. Okay, nice. You can get crickets inside the camp, so that's good to know. I'm chopping down the flowers too, why the hell not? Wonder if you can get lizards here. Oh, there was another cricket. I missed it. Nice, got it. Okay, so we got the pond, we got the little stable, we got these guys training for a monster invasion or whatever. We have the shop, we have the storehouse, we've got this tree. I actually didn't check this tree. But we've got some supplies here that we can use to either create a vehicle or build some axes. I do feel kind of bad that I just strewn these things all over the ground, so we better go put them back. Don't want to be a bad guest here at Lookout Landing. There we go, everything's back in position. Aha, there were some bird eggs up here, nice. Alright, let's keep exploring the perimeter. I guess that's it for the perimeter of the downstairs part. Nice, our fire is here and Snurble's still here, that's awesome. I wonder if I could destroy these logs and if this guy would get upset about it. Nice, that actually stopped him from just cutting perpetually. That's awesome. Now he's looking at the well. I wonder if that will get things rolling with the well.
Ah.
Pearl always keeps it together, but I'm betting if she sees you, she'll probably lose her cool. Everyone's been worried since you and the princess disappeared, but Pearl, she's been really worried. Okay, so he's still not saying anything new, but that's cool that you can actually chop the trees and get him to stop. Got another little wash station with some hanging clotheslines. Okay, let's get up onto the fence. Is there a good place to get up? Yes, right here. yeah, let's just check around the tower a little bit over here. We didn't quite check this whole corner out. So we have a training center with some bullseyes. Might as well do some target practice. We want to make use of all of these features. That'd be cool if you actually got like a Korok for getting those bullseyes. That's still pretty sick though. I like how this guy has like antlers. This one has a horn. This guy's just wearing a hat. It's like a cooking pot. Yeah, I got them all in the bullseye. Not quite square in the center, but all in the interior ring. That one's a little bit high. Try that one again. I'm just losing durability on this shitty bow right now because I'm getting the arrows back, so it's cool. Are there 2 arrows? Nice. That's sick. Let's put 3 in each one. Just for fun. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Thanks, boys, for the target practice. Now let's unequip ourselves. We don't want to be threatening to anybody here. This is a peaceful place. We come as a friend. So let's go up to the ramparts, I guess you'd call them. They're wooden ramparts, but they're ramparts nonetheless. Hightail lizards so far in these parts. I figured there would be because it's in Hyrule Castle, or in Hyrule Field rather, but I guess because it's a human establishment, maybe the lizards don't feel so safe hiding here. The crickets, they'll still hide here, but not the lizards. This is cool. This is like a little training board. Teaching you about melee combat, teaching you about archery, teaching you about spear-based combat, and this is kind of like a chart. That's interesting. There's a sun and a moon. Not sure what that's supposed to be in the middle. And then all these different symbols. I guess that's a sword. This is a bow. This is a spear. I'm not sure what this chart is supposed to represent, but it's kind of interesting. I like it. More wash linens and whatnot hanging. Some boxes with the goddess symbol on it and the Triforce. That's pretty interesting. Some crates. I wonder if these light up, these spotlights, once you actually access the tower. We're going to find out pretty soon. I just wanted to chop down that grass. I guess that's it for here. Hit this grass too. More crates. We got a symbol on a banner. Climb that tower momentarily. Let's check the ramparts. They go all the way around Lookout Landing, which is cool. It's closed, just like the previous tower that we tried to climb. Can't get up there because it's closed on the inside. Stickers and banners and flags posted up around. Lanterns. Could climb the outside, but there's not really any point. I am curious to shoot this eyeball. You could actually get a Korok in Kakariko Village in Breath of the Wild doing that. Doesn't doesn't look like it yielded anything for us here right now. Wonder if I can get my arrow back at least. Looks like it might have disappeared on us. Yeah. You damn eyeball, you sucked my arrow out of existence. Oh well. Okay, let's do a spin around the ramparts, see if there's anything of interest that we can find up here, or anybody cool we can talk to. There's the goddess symbol / Triforce again. Who's that out there? A couple of peeps. Looking at this, it looks like. Yo, that looks like it's almost from the inside of a shrine. It's definitely a Zonai ruin of some kind. Got more crates, more notebooks and rock samples. Doc looks busy. Who's this chick?
Is that?
What?
Josha.
That hair, those eyes, Doc!
Oh,
Dr. Pura!
I didn't want to get into this just yet. I wanted to go inside and talk to her.
The swordsman has returned!
That's annoying. Finish exploring first. Oh well.
okay. Now where have you been?
She's younger.
Linky, you're not a ghost, are you? Hey. That looks interesting. Phew. One step at a time. What exactly happened?
Pura, head of Lookout Landing. Nice. Yeah, she looks taller and possibly younger. I don't know. Oh no, she's older, of course. She became younger in Breath of the Wild.
So when you and Princess Zelda go beneath Hyrule Castle, you discover a mysterious mummy which suddenly reanimates. Then Zelda falls into a fissure and vanishes. That must have been when the castle rose and the ruins fell. Then, later, you wake up on a sky island, saved by the arm that was stuck to the mummy. You get the Pura pad from an unusual creature, and learn that your new arm belonged to someone named Rauru. The Master Sword disappears. You hear the princess's voice, and find your way here.
... Yeah, I don't remember all the details of Pura from Breath of the Wild, but she had some invention that helped her like de-age, so she looked like a little girl basically. So maybe now she's just grown back up into a young woman again. Maybe that's what's happening.
What?
Then
What?
Are you saying you came from up there?
yes, that's right. I love how Link just nods his head. Yep. This Rauru you met, I think that's what the first king of Hyrule was named. Interesting. Are they one and the same? So much of this doesn't make sense, yet... But I'm certain that mummy you found under the castle must be related to the upheaval. The castle rising up, the ruins falling down from the sky. The mummy must be connected to it somehow.
Ah.
And then there's the most important detail of all. You're sure that you heard the princess speak to you? And she gave you a clear message to find her. If that truly was the princess, then that means she's alive. Maybe she's trapped beneath the castle and needs help.
Mm-hmm.
That settles it. I know you only just returned, Link, but I need you to meet with the search party up by Hyrule Castle. They've been searching tirelessly for you two. The captain in charge of the search is named Hawes. Work with him to find the princess as quickly as you can.
Yes.
I know that mummy may still be lurking somewhere around there, which is concerning, to say the least, but we have more immediate problems to deal with right now. I'm counting on you, Linky. Character profiles, sick. Oh wow, this is fucking sick. I remember not knowing what this tab was going to be. I assume that to the right of the album is going to be the compendium, that you take pictures of things as you go. And then I speculated when I was saying that many, many streams ago that I didn't know what the tab on the left was going to be. I had no idea what that was going to be. So now we're finally discovering what it is. Character profiles. This is awesome. I wanted to read Zelda first because she's at the top, but it's asking me to advance, so I'm just going to read this one while we're here. Purah, head of Lookout Landing. The highest authority on ancient technology, she has served Princess Zelda's family for much of her life and has worked with the princess to research the Zonai civilization. Most recently, they started an investigation into the outbreak of gloom. She has used herself as a test subject in her experiments. Despite being over a century in age, she reversed her aging to the extreme and actually looked like a child not too long ago. Okay, so I was right about that. Yeah, that's what I figured. People, Hylian Sheikah. What does it mean, people? She's a person. Main quest to the Kingdom of Hyrule complete. Nice. Main quests, new objective, crisis at Hyrule Castle. Very sick, very sick. Okay, let's look at the character profiles again. And they're all new, obviously. These are some of the main NPCs we've encountered already in the game. So there's Purah, we just read, that's a new entry. We have Zelda, who we encountered at the beginning, that's a new entry. I love the artwork too, that's so spectacular. So that's Zelda in the flesh, and then like the ethereal, interdimensional Zelda that we kind of gave the Master Sword to after the upheaval. Zelda, Princess of Hyrule. The heir to a power that imprisons darkness. She sacrificed her freedom over 100 years ago to keep Calamity Ganon sealed away and prevent him from further destroying Hyrule. After Link helped free her from that long duty, she committed herself to rebuilding and restoring Hyrule, but has now gone missing. Also, people, Hylian. So Hylians... So I didn't realize Sheikah were technically Hylians. That's cool. They're special Hylians, I guess. Then Rauru will be a Zonai. Yeah, people Zonai. Another new entry, Rauru, source of the right arm. Someone who shares a name with the first king of Hyrule. He claims the strange arm Link finds himself with was once his. He and Zelda appeared to Link in a vision. Learning more about him may lead to clues about the princess's disappearance. Or maybe Link is just crazy and hallucinating. So yeah, that's the character profiles that we have so far. Very cool. Zelda, Purah, and Rauru. Let's go back to the adventure log. Let's take a look at the main quest, Crisis at Hyrule Castle. A new quest. Crisis at Hyrule Castle, given to us by Purah at Lookout Landing. Hyrule Castle rose into the air at the start of the upheaval, which tore apart the earth underneath it. Purah believes that Princess Zelda may have called out to you from deep in the earth. Join the search for the princess below Hyrule Castle. Nice.
then this is the newly completed To the Kingdom of Hyrule. So let's look at the completed text. To the Kingdom of Hyrule, given to us by Zelda's voice at the Temple of Time. After descending from the Sky Island where you awoke, you returned to the Kingdom of Hyrule and reunited with Purah at Lookout Landing. You learned that she's been directing search efforts in the kingdom. Work with Purah to find Princess Zelda. Nice. Alright, cool. So that's that for the quest entries and the character profiles. Let's talk to Josha and Purah again.
What?
Poor Princess Zelda. All alone beneath the castle with that creepy mummy. I don't even know what I'd do if it were me down there. Just thinking about it gives me the willies. Swordsman, you gotta rescue Princess Zelda.
Yeah, she just repeats herself now. Okay. Go to exhaust everyone's dialogue. Talk to them until they start repeating themselves naturally.
Hmm.
If the princess really did tell you to find her, then you'd better do so, and quickly. Captain Hawes has been leading a search below Hyrule Castle. Talk to him to see how you can help out. You must reach the princess quickly if she's there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm counting on you, Link.
Hmm.
Now she's repeating that, so that's good.
Ah.
Perfect. Okay, nice. We have some Hylian to translate right here. I can't directly decipher it without looking at the runes, so let's pull up the runes. Okay, so we have this character, which is an L, then we have an A, then we have a B, lab. Is it just laboratory? Yeah, O. I believe it's just laboratory. We're about to find out. Okay, now we decrypt. Don't give us ads. We don't want to see ads on stream, please. You can see over on the right, if I scroll up one sec. Yeah, under results, over on the left, sorry, not the right. Under results, it says laboratory. Come on, with the advertisements, please. Don't do that. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we got that laboratory. Nice. Let me take a screenshot of that. Good stuff. Now I'll get this translator off screen for now. And we'll continue on. This is cool. This is like a building right out of, what do you call it? Kakariko Village. Got some nice porches, verandas. This is cool. Some ancient technology. It's like a furnace or something. I wonder if I'll be able to interact with that at some point. Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to say. A little sun parasol to hang out. shield yourself from the sun while you're hanging out up here. It's always good. Periscope, nice. Oh, you can actually look through it. That's so sick. That's sweet. Doesn't let you go too far to the left and right, it looks like. Yeah, it stops right there. And then, oh, you can use the motion controls, which is much faster. That's cool. Just like the Pura pad. Not too much to look at, really. Just Hyrule Castle up in the sky with a bunch of gloom enshrouding it. I wonder if it's friendly in there, though, otherwise, besides the gloom. Like if all the enemies have been killed off and it's been reclaimed by the Hylians. We'll find out. Looks kind of dangerous, though, with all that gloom, to be honest. Yo, Julian, how's it going, man? Welcome. How's your evening going? I arrived at Lookout Landing yesterday, so I'm finally advancing the plot and doing some stuff around here. I just spoke with Pura for the first time. It's cool that she's aged after her whole de-aging experiment from Breath of the Wild. She's gotten a little older now. Go find out, LMAO. Yeah, that's what's next on the list. I gotta go over to the castle, so we'll find out soon. Just getting some dinner? Nice. What are you gonna have for dinner? Okay, so explore the rest of the ramparts. I guess the rampart doesn't connect over here. But on the other side of the house it will. I deciphered this just moments ago that says laboratory. That's cool. The frog statue. No, maybe we can't get out to the other side of the ramparts. That's okay, we'll climb up on the other side. Lots of cool stuff to look at in here. Leftovers from your dinner last night, LOL? Okay, nice. Where'd you guys end up going for your anniversary? That looks like a depiction of a bright bloom. Obviously, this is all illegible, so we can't decipher anything here. It almost looks like a fiddlehead or something. Some books and scripts. More plants. Magnifying glass. What's this instrument? Not sure what that's supposed to be. Maps. Packs of papers. All kinds of more books, lanterns, tea, trays. Scarves hung up. You guys went to a local place, 100% vegan. Nice. That's awesome. I'm glad you had enough leftover that you could have more dinner tonight. That's fantastic. That's cool. Pura's glasses. Possibly some Zonai runes or ancient runes on the walls. Different jars of different solvents and who knows what else. Compartments with letters maybe and different papers. It's kind of like a filing cabinet. Yeah, their portions are amazing. Nice, nice. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you guys had a great dinner out last night. More interesting looking books under the table. Oh, nice. A map of Hyrule. That's cool. So there's all these points of interest that have been circled. And there's also... We got the Korok Forest, we got Death Mountain, we have the Hebrew Mountains, and we have the Gerudo Highlands drawn on in red ink. So there might be special places, special things happening in those locations. You can DM me the name if I'm ever down there again. Not gonna say in chat because you don't want to doxy yourself. Okay, you don't want to dox yourself. Yeah, fair enough. That's understandable. But yeah, please do. I'm always down to check out good food, and I'm not vegan, but I enjoy vegetarian and vegan food when it's cooked nicely, so I have no problem eating that type of food for sure. My band members are actually back in town for a few months, so we're gonna try and get some gigs. I don't know if our gigs will take us out to St. Catharines right now, but you never know. We'll see what's available. But I should head out to St. Catharines again at some point. It's a nice place. It's so close to Niagara Falls too. Okay, here's some stuff that we can translate. Totally, yeah. You still eat chicken and red meat, so okay, nice. Please don't say the city, LMFAO. Okay, sorry. Literally just said I don't want to dox myself. Yeah, I figured, like saying the name of the establishment would be one thing, but I get what you're saying. Okay, yeah. My bad. I won't say where you are located anymore. I'll respect that and remember that. LMFAO, all of it. True. I also don't even know what dox means. Is that just like you don't want to give yourself your information away in any sort of way online? Okay, let's translate this stuff. Dox is like revealing information of where you live, personal information, etc. Okay. When you first said that, I thought you meant like you didn't want to say the name of a brand on stream just in case. But I get what you mean by it now. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the translator again and let's translate this stuff. LOL, no, yeah. Thank you for educating me. I don't know all the online lingo for this stuff. Okay. I'm gonna be taking a moment to translate these Hylian texts. You also want to keep personal information on the bare minimum as well. Yeah, totally. It's always a good idea online when you're streaming and dealing with people that you don't know. You never know what could happen. I shall respect that, Julian. Gonna be lurking for a bit though. Have fun. Cool, right on. Yeah, enjoy the leftovers. Okay, so I'm gonna transcribe or translate the top right one first. This first character could be a couple different letters. It could be a D, or it could be a G. Let's try a G. If it doesn't make sense, then it'll be D, so we'll be able to figure it out pretty easily. Next we have this next character is also ambiguous. It could be an O or a Z. I'm assuming it's going to be an O. Then that is an R, I think. So this would be G-O-R or D-O-R. It kind of looks like could, if it's GOR, it could be Goron, and it looks like in the image, it looks like the depiction of a Goron from the city. Like there's statues of Gorons in Goron City, so I think it's GOR. I think we're on to something here, and then O again, then N. Then what's that one? This one could be an E or a W. I'm gonna go with W, and if that doesn't make sense, then it's an E. Oh no, you know what? It's actually a V. Now I'm assuming it's gonna spell out village, because it's a V, not a W. So V, I would be the next one. Yeah. Double L. Yeah. A, G, E. Goron Village. And if I go over to the decoded... get out of here, advertisement. God damn it. If I go over to the decoded word over there on the left, under results, you can see Goron Village. So yeah, we've discovered the meaning behind that one. That's Goron Village. So I'm assuming the bottom left poster here will spell out Gerudo Village, because you can see that the last 7 characters are the same as the Goron Village poster. So it's something village, and it's got to be Gerudo, because that looks like a depiction of Gerudo town or whatever. So obviously we'll go ahead and translate this one as well. So this we have G E R U D. It could be a G or a D, but if we're going with Gerudo, then it's a D. O, and then again village, so V I L L A G E. Decrypt Gerudo Village, just as I assumed. And I'll scroll over to the left and you can see Gerudo Village under results. Okay. Then there's a good chance that we're going to encounter some of the other villages on the other posters. Let me take a screenshot of those. Yeah, so we're gonna have a Rito village and oh yeah, the Z and the O, or the Z and the O, have the same letter character. Yeah, so it's Rito village and Zora village, no doubt. But just to be thorough, we'll do those translations as well. So let's start with Rito on the top left. RITOVILLAGE. Decrypt. We get Rito Village. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. There it is on the left. Rito Village under results in the middle. Okay. Last but not least, we know it's going to say Zora Village, but we're going to do the translation just to be thorough. So we have a Z, an O, an R, an A, then VILLAGE. Decrypt Zora Village. Which again, you can see if I scroll to the right, to the left, under results in the middle on the left side, Zora Village. It's interesting that they call them all villages, even though they have different names. Like Gerudo Town, Rito is a village, Zora's Domain, Goron City. So they all have different names. They're not all villages, but they've, for whatever reason, decided to name them villages all here. Capture that screenshot as well. Okay, let's get this off screen for now. That's cool though, so yeah, we were able to decipher all of those here in the laboratory. It's going to delete that one because that's redundant. The second picture was better. Link wasn't in the way of Zora's Domain. Okay, what else? What else? We have some stuff that we can check out on the table. We have a diary here. This is our first piece of literature that we can actually read. Looks like it might be legible. It's kind of legible. It's not totally illegible. It's definitely hard to get a good angle on it. It's annoying. I want to get a closer look at it, but the scope is too close. I feel like with a lot of patience and trial and error, it would be possible to decipher this, what this book says. I'm going to take some screenshots just so maybe off stream sometime I can try. Oh, that's might be able to get a better angle there. Keep He's changing the camera angle on me. It's upside down, but that's like the closest I can get. Now it's getting further away, damn it. Okay, let's see what it says, actually. Notes on the upheaval. Read notes on the upheaval. First page. On that day, the land shook, and huge chasms that seemed bottomless opened in the ground. The clouds billowed and rolled as floating islands appeared in the skies, raining chunks of ruins down on us. And strangest of all, Hyrule Castle began to float in the air. It's hard to believe this is our world now. Whoever started calling it the upheaval had the right idea. Next page. An evil-looking haze surged up from the chasms that opened on the surface. The haze weakens everything it touches. People fall ill when exposed to it, and it has another curious property as well. As if guided, the miasma coiled about our weapons. There isn't a single weapon we know of that hasn't decayed as a result. Okay, I was wondering why all the weapons have like weird splotches on them. That's kind of interesting. We're calling this stuff gloom. Next page. We decided to call the islands hanging in the sky Sky Islands. Simple and to the point is best, it seemed. I suspect, based on the design motifs on them, that the ruins falling from the sky are Zonai in origin. We still understand so little about the Zonai civilization. All we know is that it flourished in the sky. While it's true that the upheaval has posed major problems in every aspect of life in Hyrule, I can't deny that it's also presented us with an opportunity to answer some questions we've long had about our history. Next page. We started investigating the fallen ruins and the Sky Islands. Our best lead is a report from the chief of Kakariko Village that some unusual ruins and engraved slabs have fallen there. I decided to have the Zonai survey team work out of Kakariko Village in Nikluda, southeast of Lookout Landing. The ruins that fell on Kakariko Village are massive. You can see them from all the way here at Lookout Landing. Next page. The crater left by the castle's rise is still spewing gloom. The crater left by the castle's rise is still spewing gloom. It's kept us from making any progress with our investigation. We still don't know anything about where the princess and Link have gone. The upheaval occurred very soon after Princess Zelda and Link left to explore beneath Hyrule Castle. I fear the two events are related. Okay, here we go. So we got this journal, notes on the upheaval. I think I'm going to make a new journal entry in my Zelda notebook for reading materials found throughout Hyrule. So let's bust this puppy out. What do we call this? I'll call this literature in Hyrule. Literature throughout Hyrule. My pen's definitely dying. Oh, I've got another one here though. literature throughout Hyrule. We're starting this journal entry on June 7th, 2023. Okay, and this is the first piece of literature we found. It is Notes on the Upheaval, I believe it was called. Yeah, Notes on the Upheaval. And this was found at Lookout Landing. Alright, right on. First journal entry, literature throughout Hyrule. You can see that new page right there. Literature throughout Hyrule. Notes on the Upheaval, Lookout Landing. Very nice. Okay, we don't need to read that again. So we've read the notebook, we've explored pretty much every aspect of this room, with the exception of the attic. Nice, we have a wing thing hanging from the ceiling like a mobile. Wonder if I can jump over onto it. It wants me to... It's asking me to get on the ladder, like when I try to jump. Maybe with a shield jump, though. Okay. I think that'll be possible. Just have to remove the shield faster. And I overjumped at that time, but there's no invisible hitbox, so it looks like we can stand on it. Nice. Cool. It's just kind of fun. Standing in weird places, you know? It's part of my jam. This is a very chill little bedroom area up in the attic. Got a nice comfy bed. I wonder if I can sleep in it. No, but we have another journal to read. Too bad I can't sleep in the bed. That would be cool. More Zelda and Link missing flyers on the wall. Little divider to hide yourself while you're sleeping. A little bit of privacy. Suitcases, duffel bag, crate, a hay bed, more books. This is a little cool area too, a little sitting pad. You could have a guest sleep here if you really wanted to. Reading area though, with a lantern. Nice plant. Another little frog statue, Sheikah statue. More pillows. Yeah, this is a cozy attic bedroom. I like it. I wouldn't be upset if I had this little place. It's got a blind that you can roll down for the nighttime. Let's see what the journal says. Purah's diary. Read Purah's diary. So this is Purah's little bedroom. Nice. Read. A stairway leading deep beneath Hyrule Castle has been discovered. Even Princess Zelda didn't know about it, so it seems safe to assume it's a secret removed even from royal legend. That's cool, so that's why there is no mention of it all throughout Breath of the Wild. We have confirmed that gloom emanates from the location, meaning something down there must be causing it. I appointed Princess Zelda and Link to investigate. Actually, it would be more accurate to say that Princess Zelda volunteered for the job before I had the chance. I know beyond a doubt there is no team more qualified for such a task, and yet I can't escape this feeling of dread. I've decided to store this diary in 4 volumes. That way, if a nosy someone reads it, they'll only have a quarter of it. Such ideas are the fruits of genius. As for the first one, I think I'll entrust it to who else but Impa. Speaking of Impa, she's had a cute habit of hiding important items underneath things ever since she was a child. I have a fond memory of when she forgot about a hidden steamed bun beneath a cushion and then sat on it. Squashed flat! Diaries are flat to begin with, but as they are more important than a bun, I hope she finds a better hiding spot than a cushion. That's cute. That's cute. Okay, so that's there's no next page thing going on here. It's just the same journal. So that's the first part of the journal, I guess. But this is Pura's diary. So we better put that in our logbook as well. So literature throughout Hyrule. This is the second entry. And this is Pura's diary. In brackets, I'm going to put a 1 with a question mark because there might be 4 of these. And this is also Lookout Landing. Okay. I think I got to go pee real quick, so I'm going to step away for a moment. It'll be a very quick break. We'll just have Link hang out here in Pyrrha's room, and I'll be back. Alright, here we go, back. Perfect, so we've read Purah's diary, we've pretty much explored the whole laboratory, and we're ready to continue on. And yeah, there appears to be no other door to get to the other side of the rampart from here. But you can walk all the way around to the other side from this staircase, so that's what we'll do. Let's check the bottom of Purah's house and talk to Robbie, since we've already talked to Purah. Might as well talk to these people as well. Who's this? Anson, another son, potentially a worker or collaborator with Bolson and Hudson and the Sun crew. Anson. So those balloon things that fell from the sky are called Zonai devices? There's still so much we don't know about them. But trust my boss, Purah, to take a thing we know so little about and turn it into something useful. She's the sharpest person in Hyrule, a creative genius. Saying the same thing, okay. Hey, Robbie. How's it going, bud? Long time no see. Ah! What a pleasant morning! Hey, you! Do you have any idea how worried we've been? Robbie, head of Purah Pad Development. Wonder if we'll get a character profile for him. So that's the arm, huh? I overheard Purah talking about it. I see. Yeah, it's pretty weird, all right. Dang, I should have talked to him before I talked to Purah. It's so annoying that that one girl just automatically brought Purah forwards. It's very annoying. I wanted to see what his text was before we spoke to Purah. Nope. Now's not the time for distractions. That's gotta wait until later. Anyway, I hear you've got yourself the Purah Pad now. You know that Purah Pad of yours can get a lot more powerful. I know it's real potential. I've got big plans for that device, but first I need to help Josha with her investigations into the depths. But then, oh yes, then I will head back to the lab in Hateno Village to resume my research. So once I'm able to finish up here, you should join me there. Nice, that's what I thought. Robbie's profile has been added to character profiles. There's the new entry, Robbie. Head of Purah Pad Development, an engineer whose eccentric style adds a lot to his reputation as a wild genius. He once helped Link from his research facility at the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. Since then, he's moved to the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab to help Purah develop the Purah Pad. Robbie thinks he did much of the work on the device, so he's a bit grumbly that it's not named after him. The Robbie Pad. Poor Robbie. Is she holding like a flute or a recorder? Looks like she's holding a recorder. It's kind of weird. Again, great artwork. I like that this Purah artwork has the young Purah from Breath of the Wild as well. So you still know it's the same character. Yeah, great artwork. Raru as well. Alright, sick. This has been chained down, so probably can't use it. Oh. Trying to see if it was possible to get in there. Maybe not. No. You can get in here though, that's kind of cool. Oh sweet. This is a little area to sit in. You can attach that to the balloon and then have an area to sit in. I did encounter one of those balloons before, but I didn't try using it yet. Because I don't have the paraglider, so I don't want to fuck around with too much stuff up in the sky just yet. Another little storage area with some goddess crates and some barrels. I don't think I can open these barrels. No. We can't chop this grass though. Oh nice, my campfire's still there. I was wondering if that would be gone after the little cutscene that we went through with Pura, but it's still there. That's nice to see. Okay, let's go check out the rest of the NPCs up on the ramparts. Oh, we never actually went in here though, yeah. Let's check this out. Is this free zonite up for grabs? Nope. Robbie. Wait a minute! What do you think you're doing? Joshua needs that for her chasm research. Don't touch any of it without her permission. I'll get in big trouble if you do. Oh, sorry, Robbie. What about the bright bloom seeds? Nope. Wait a minute! What do you think you're doing? Blah 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 blah. Okay, that's off limits. What about the arrows? Nope, can't even take the arrows. Okay. Maybe she'll give it to me. Pose. Yo, that would be sick if Pose were back. Arrow times 5, Zonite, Bright Bloom Seeds. Some rock samples up there. Cupboards. A chunk of hieroglyph. Zonite hieroglyph. More chunks. That's cool. Trying to piece back together the mystery. That's so sick that Pose are back. I'm glad to see that. Nice, there's a Purapad depiction, diagram. Some features jotted down. More books, another magnifying glass, another diary, more cupboards, more books, more trinkets, some brushes, maybe some archaeology brushes. Okay, let's talk to the Poe statue. Pray. Pose! That's all. Pose. Pose. I guess we have to find some Pose first to make use of this thing. Pose. You're a Poe. Wonder if I can get up in that hammock somehow. It's cool though, it's like a storage hammock. We got baskets, scrolls, buckets, boxes, some books, jars, pots. Nice. Nothing to grab onto up here. Might be theoretically possible to get up here, but maybe not. Guess not. We never went out this door. Let's see what's going on here. Nice. This just takes us to Hyrule Castle. As we saw from the other side, we walked all the way around each side of the area. Let's try shooting this, just in case. Yeah, didn't think there would be a Korok, but you never know. They look like the... Oh, nice, I was able to get my arrow back. They look like the eyeballs that you can shoot in Kakariko Village to get Koroks in Breath of the Wild. Got a Sheikah eye. Got some runes. Check my Sheikah translator, see if those mean anything. Not really Sheikah runes, so I don't think so. They look more like Hylian, but they're not Hylian either. That kind of looks like an A in Hylian, but it's got 2 slashes on the bottom instead of 1. That doesn't really look like anything in Hylian. And it's not Gerudo either, so... Probably just assume that they're just symbols of some kind. There's not really any meaning behind it. It's kind of cool. It's been perfectly sunny since I've arrived at Lookout Landing. We haven't had any different weather patterns. Okay. Let's check the rest of the ramparts. Oh yeah, we gotta read this book too. Purapad Manual. Read the Purapad Instruction Manual about the map. If you scan the surrounding terrain using a Skyview tower, you can register the map to your Purapad. Additionally, you can travel instantly to the location of a Skyview tower that you've already registered by selecting it. This handy instant travel to a registered location feature has been dubbed Travel by its clever inventor Purah. How smart you are, Purah. Read the Purapad Instruction Manual about pictures. So we haven't learned about pictures yet. This is going to be a new thing. Open up the camera and point the Purapad at your desired target. Do so and you can save the targeted scenery or form in your album as a picture. Additionally, the Purapad can provide data on Hyrule's ecosystem. Interesting. The subject reflected in a picture will be automatically identified, giving you the thrill of filling out your compendium. Love it. I'm glad that feature's back. We haven't unlocked that ability on the Purapad yet, but when we do, we'll be able to. I like how the diagram of the Purapad is up above this manual. It's cool. Read the Purapad Instruction Manual about the Adventure Log. A record of information gained during your travels and things you shouldn't forget, which can be perused at any time. This information is organized into categories, so you'll have to select a category first. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we know about the adventure log already, and I love that you can log everything that we just read about. As we've noted before, the log is a great feature. Handy feature to go back and look at information. But we'll stop reading. Thank you. And that's yet another piece of literature throughout Hyrule, so we'll add that to the journal here. New journal entry in my Zelda notebook. And this was the Purapad manual. So this is the third piece of literature that we found. Purapad manual. And this was also at Lookout Landing. We visited 2 stables, and there were no pieces of literature at either of those stables. There were some newspapers that we couldn't actually read ourselves. Other NPCs were reading them. But no literature that we ourselves could look at directly. So this is the first establishment where we've run into literature like this. It's been recorded in the journal and we're good to continue. Okay, next up. Now that we've spoken to Pura, there's a couple different things going on around the main area down here, so let's talk to everyone again. Here's a new person. Hiya!
Oh.
Aja. Hi, sorry, but I'm busy at the moment, so I'll have to talk to you between swings. Yeah, that's the gloom on the sword. You can see that it's all eroded. I was wondering what that was. Now we know. You never know when monsters will pop up, so I take my training very seriously.
Ah.
You might have noticed, but each sword handles differently, so it's wise to try different types to get used to the feel. If you know their handling and practice plenty, the fact that they're decayed won't matter so much.
Ah.
If you learn the traits of different swords and use those traits to your advantage, then the decay won't be a big deal. Best way to learn is to spend time training.
Oh.
Anyway, as you can see, I'm using this area, so if you do intend to train, you'll need to do it elsewhere. Fuck you, Aja. I was here first. Some new weapons, though. Yeah, they're all covered in gloom. I thought that was just a new design choice for the weapons at first, but now we've learned in the lore that they're actually covered in gloom, so that's interesting. Can I take them, or is he gonna get mad at me? Yep.
Oh.
You interested in a sword? There we have a soldier's broadsword, a knight's broadsword, and a royal broadsword.
Oh.
They're a bit worn, but they've got some life left in them. Feel free to take them. Each sword handles differently, so it's wise to try out different types. Interesting. Soldier's broadsword?
Ah.
A soldier's broadsword is what the castle soldiers used to fight with. It's light and nimble, which leads me to believe you could unleash charge attacks really quickly with it. It's a great weapon. I was going to give it to you, but it looks like you don't have room for any more weapons. Well, if you want it, you know where to find it. After you've created some space, that is.
Oh.
You interested in a sword? Blah, blah,
Oh.
blah. Knight's broadsword?
Ah.
The knight's broadsword was used by knights in defense of the castle way back when. Once, a monster attacked me while I was wielding the broadsword, and I thought it was the end for me. But I timed my swings carefully, and it unleashed an incredible blow. Maybe it was my adrenaline, but no, it had to be the sword. It really surprised me. I was going to give it to you, but it looks like you don't have room for any more weapons. That's interesting. So, the soldier's broadsword has a quick charge. The knight's broadsword seems to have a higher attack. Well, if you want it, you know where to find it. After you've created some space, that is. Finally,
Oh.
you interested in a sword? There we have a soldier's broadsword, knight's broadsword, and a royal broadsword, blah blah blah. They're a bit worn, but if they got some life left in them. Feel free to take them. Each sword handles differently, so it's wise to try out different types. The royal broadsword.
Ah.
The royal broadsword was used by knights to guard members of the royal family. Its counterattack power when dodging an enemy attack is potent. But my own sword play isn't there yet, so I can't make the most of that sword at this point. I was going to give it to you, but it looks like you don't have room for any more weapons. Well, if you want it, you know where to find it. After you created some space, that is. Let's see, what can I drop? I think I will drop the soldier's broadsword, because we're about to pick up a new one. We could get rid of the soldier reaper. I've used that a little bit. Nah. Let's get rid of the torch. Let's get rid of the rock hammer. Yeah, let's get rid of the Soldier Reaper. Be able to make another one of those easily enough. Now we'll pick up these 3 weapons here.
Oh. Oh.
Blah, 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 blah.
Ah.
Start with the Royal Broadsword, just in case he only gives me 1.
Oh.
You like it? It's all yours then.
Hmm.
Hup!
Oh.
Make sure you give yourself plenty of time to practice with it. Royal Broadsword, a one-handed weapon with an attack value of 10. A sword gifted to accomplished knights by the royal family. Crafted for swords masters. It increases the power of flurry rushing during perfect dodge. Okay, cool. Yo, so they've given different effects to different weapons. That's crazy, man. So, during a flurry rush, this sword is much more effective. It's a little worse for wear, but it's a fine sword just the same. Take good care of it. I'm happy there's someone other than me who's interested in weapons. Inspires me to put my all into training. The Knight's Broadsword.
Ah.
Blah, 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 blah. Time you swing carefully, it unleashes an incredible blow, so let's learn about that.
Oh.
I've got another one, so it's yours if you want it. Just give me a moment.
Hmm.
Hup!
Oh.
Make sure you give yourself plenty of time to practice with it. Knight's Broadsword. This is a one-handed weapon with an attack value of 7. Knights of Hyrule once carried this sword. Even if in its decayed state, it shows its true resolve and desperation and can yield powerful attacks when you're down to your last heart. Interesting. So that's the benefit of that. If you're low on health, you can do more powerful attacks. It's a little worse for wear, but it's a fine sword just the same. Take good care of it. I'm happy there's someone other than me who's interested in weapons. It inspires me to put my all into training. The Soldier's Broadsword.
Ah.
We already read this, so we'll
Oh.
skip through it.
Hmm.
Hup!
Oh.
Make sure you give yourself plenty of time to practice with it. Soldier's Broadsword, one-handed weapon with an attack value of 6. A light, thin metal sword used by the guards of Hyrule Castle. Its lightweight makes it easy to handle and enables quicker charged attacks. It's a little worse for wear, but it's a fine sword just the same. Take good care of it. Happy there's someone other than me who's so interested in weapons. Sorry I've been consumed with my training this whole time. Aja's the name. Wait. Link? My apologies. I was being selfish, not even looking up from practice to see that it's you.
Ah.
It's such an honor to meet you, sir. Yo, that's crazy. So if we didn't take all the swords, this might not have happened. One of the reasons that I wanted to take all the swords, which is why I threw out those other weapons from my inventory. Just in case there was something like this, so that's cool. Well, now that I've met you, I'm even more motivated to become a master swordsman, just like you, Link. Back to it. Sweet. So I'm curious, because we have the Royal Broadsword, the Knight's Broadsword, and the Soldier's Broadsword. Okay, it tells you right below what the advantage is. Improved Flurry Rush, Desperate Strength, Quick Charge. So these are different new power-ups for weapons. And I actually didn't notice it, but a lot of these had this. Extra Durable, Quick Charge, Zonite Powered, Extra Durable. I'm assuming Zonite Powered is going to be like the new Guardian weapons, ancient weapons that are more powerful against Guardians. This Zonite Powered probably has some kind of interesting advantage like that. More powerful against Zonite Constructs, maybe, something like that. Okay, let's test the... What's the news today? Let's test the charging abilities. Also, are my weapons from there gone? No, they're still there. Because I feel like you could still do the same one-handed charge attack. Yeah, like these all have the same charge. Yo, Ishnaid, what's up, dude? Making the rounds in Lookout Landing? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. By the way, I sent a message into my Discord earlier saying that I wasn't going to get to streaming until a little bit later today. I'm not sure if you saw that, but I also send you a friend request on Discord. So if I'm ever like late streaming or I'm changing my plans, I'll try to inform people in the Discord server. How's your day going, Ishnaid? I just realized as this guy was teaching me about weapons that there are these extra power-ups for each weapon, or not all weapons, but some weapons like Desperate Strength, Quick Charge, Improved Flurry Rush, Extra Durable, Zonite powered. So yeah, that's pretty cool. But I'm assuming the Quick Charge only applies to... Yeah, okay, that's the Quick Charge. That's interesting. Because you can do the same Quick Charge by rotating Link like that for all weapons. What's up? Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. Ishnaid, much appreciated. Having a good day. Just relaxing tonight before an early workout tomorrow. Nice, man. That's sick. What kind of stuff do you do in your workout? I went for a beautiful bike ride down by the lake today. So yeah, these charges are all the same. Doesn't matter if the sword has quick charge or not. This is where you rotate yourself 360 degrees. Blizzard's gonna get away. But where the quick charge comes in handy is holding down the charge. So you can see you get a much faster charge up there, as opposed to these guys, which take a little bit longer. Quite a lot longer. Yeah, you're a fan of the new traits for weapons? Not sure if they have a name for them. Yeah, traits that's a good name. I like that. I see this flock of keys and I need to parry them, so I'm gonna go over there. Are they gonna come down to me or they're just in their own pattern? Ah, here we go, here we go. Sick! And away they go. It's always so much fun parrying keys. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. When you stay at Lookout Landing, the weather pattern was clear skies the whole time. And then when I advance back into Hyrule Field, then the weather patterns start up again. Yeah, here we go. It's back to being clear skies again. I like that. They want the Lookout Landing to be nice and sunny and beautiful. But because I went and made it rain, these torches actually went out. That's kind of funny. Ishnaid, you got the paraglider today, and then the first two places you visited were spots you never saw during your first playthrough. Nice, man. That's awesome. That's kind of like how I found additional Koroks my second time around on the Great Sky Island. There's so many things in this game, so we're bound to find special things like that we didn't discover the first time around. That's super cool, dude. I'd be really surprised if my campfire was still there. Yeah, it despawned. Okay, that's fine. I was expecting that to happen soon enough. I kind of want to light up all the braziers again. I feel bad. I went and made it rain, and all the braziers went out. Here are some lit ones, so we can use our torch. There's a torch. Let's go around and light like these braziers again. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that I'm going to be getting the paraglider pretty soon. I got lots of energy right now. I got a coffee as well, so I am probably going to be streaming for quite a few more hours. Which means I'll get a chance to make some progress and most likely get the paraglider tonight, which is good. Nice, we have a crescent moon rising up there. Like these braziers. These guys here. Ah, we have a cart guy or girl. Nice. I love the plains. Parga, new character. Hi there, welcome to Rolling Pastures. It feels so good to be out of the plains. My friends seem to be enjoying it too. Huh? Stop looking at me like that. It might seem like I'm alone, but my best friend is right here. See? My bestie's got 4 legs and a pretty mane.
Ooh.
Now, how about sampling some of Hateno Village's finest? Nice, let's see what she has for sale. I've got a good feeling you're gonna like my stock. Take a look. Probably don't have enough for everything, so we're gonna have to make some sales. Let's see, this will be 60, 60, 36, so that's 156, 162, 170, no, this is 80, plus 136 is 216, and another 80, so 296 for everything. So let's make a few sales first.
Ooh.
How do I have so much milk already? Yo, when I was at Riverside Stable, I was there for a really long time, just, as you know, taking my time exploring. And there was a salesman nearby who had milk for sale, and he would refresh his stock every day, so I just kept buying from him over and over and over again. So that's the answer to why I have so much milk. Good question. Yo, by the way, are you stoked for Game 3 tonight? It's gonna be crazy after Miami tied it up. Need anything else? I'm selling. Nice, yeah. Okay, let's see. Oh, we can sell a bunch of bokoblin fangs. We got a ton of those. I need to make a lot of money for all of the new clothing that I can buy inside Lookout Landing, so let's sell a bunch of these off. Yes, you'll be watching. Nice, man. I'm torn because there's a Jays game on. It's coming on in about 15 minutes. And I also want to watch the basketball game too. So I'll probably have to miss the first half of the basketball game to watch the Jays game. But I'll be checking the scores. Or asking you if you're in the stream. Either way, I'll definitely catch the second half after the baseball game. Okay, let's sell off like 42 of these things. Still not going to give me enough. Let's go with 52. Yeah, you should be around. Nice, nice. If you're selling 52 of them, I'll buy them all for 460 rupees. Okay? 416, rather. Yeah, thanks. I'm not feeling picky. Sell me whatever. That's all we need to sell right now, so we can buy out her entire inventory. Great choice. How many would you want? All 5. For 5 of them, that's 60 rupees. Sounds good? Yes. Thank you very much. That'll definitely come in handy for you. Nice. This is our first goat butter. Butter made from the milk of a domesticated white goat. In addition to being used in dishes like stews and meuniere, meuniere? I don't even know how to pronounce that. Meuniere? Yeah, fuck it. I don't know. It's often used when making cakes and other sweets. I'll take them all. What? Every single one? But 5 of them will be 60 rupees, you sure? Thank you very much. That'll definitely come in handy for you. Bird eggs 3. All 3. Take them all. Great choice. How many do you want? I'll take them all. What? Every single one? But 3 of them will be 36 rupees. You sure? Yes. Thank you very much. That'll definitely come in handy for you. Swift carrots. Nice. These are our first carrots as well. I can finally give Snurble some carrots. Swift carrots plus 1 fuse attack power worth half a heart of recovery. This carrot is cultivated extensively in villages. It strengthens the legs and hips when cooked into a dish, which helps increase your movement speed. You couldn't pronounce it in that Rito Village side quest in Breath of the Wild either, lol. Yeah, totally, man. I remember seeing that word in Breath of the Wild and just being like, I mean, I wasn't reading things out loud at the time because I wasn't streaming, so it was less important, but I just kind of glossed over it with my eyes and I was like, yeah, I don't understand this word. I kind of want to look it up now. So Swift carrots, we'll grab 5 of those, should be 80. What? Every single one, but 5 of them will be 80 rupees. You sure? Yes. You made a great choice. Sorry, we're all sold out of that for now. And Hylian tomatoes, we've read the description on this before. We're going to grab all 5 of them, of course, because we want to buy the entire inventory for this merchant. Great choice. How many would you want? For 5 of them, that's 80 rupees. Sound good? Yes. Thanks to you and your wallet, I'm out of stock for today. Okay, perfect. Need anything else? Never mind. Come again, got it? Cool. And her wagon looks to be the same pretty much as that other NPC's wagon that we rode around on. It's pretty cool that you can ride around on the wagon. It's a nice little touch. Does she actually go into Lookout Landing or does she just stop and then turn around? Probably just stops right here and then turns around after a few minutes. Okay, good to know, good to know. Let's light the rest of the braziers that we haven't relit yet. And then I'm going to look up that word. Why is it floating? It says Bunwar, Burwar, Drozer. I gotta go talk to the NPCs now that I've spoken with Pura. They were all telling me to go see Pura, but now that I've gone to visit Pura, they should have hopefully something new and more interesting to say. Okay, these ones are lit. Nice. I think that's probably all of them then. They're all lit up again. Good stuff. I always like to stay unequipped when I'm in a residential or peaceful area. Haha, these ones aren't lit. Sneaky, sneaky. That's why I went out to double check that. Just random. Where'd that arrow come from? I'm interested. Ah, that's what I was worried about, if that would go out. It sucks. I'm interested to see if, I'm interested to learn more about Poes. It's really cool that there's like that Poe statue there, and I'm happy Poes are back in the game, because that was absent in Breath of the Wild. There, all the braziers are lit again. Link just doing some chores after making it rain. All the torches going out. Okay, we still never went up to the ramparts and talked to everyone there, so let's do that first. There's Pura and what's her face? Josha. Still can't get into the tower. It's kind of weird how it's nighttime but these lanterns aren't lighting up. Or these ones here, those should light up too. Okay, I want to look at that word. Find the goat butter. Here we go. Menieri? It's French. It can't be Menieri. That sounds like more Italian. I'm sure we'll get a phonetic pronunciation. Not phonetic, but it's not really giving me a pronunciation. It's a French sauce and a method of preparation, primarily for fish, consisting of brown butter, chopped parsley, and lemon. How do you pronounce?
Meunier.
Meniere. 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 Obviously, I'm not French. And even though French is one of the national languages of Canada, I was horrible at French and I didn't really study it beyond what I had to do. So my French pronunciation sucks. But there we go. Meniere. It's a sauce made of herbs and butter primarily. That's cool. The more you know. Okay. I'm actually going to get a window open up to get this Jays game going. Here we go. All right. Perfect. It's times like this I wish I had a third monitor in my office. I've got my big monitor, which is a TV that I just run my video games through, but I also have an HDMI running into my PC so I can use it as a second PC monitor. Then I have my standard PC monitor, but sometimes for these occasions I wish I had like a third monitor up high to put sports onto. Might have to invest in that eventually. I do have another port on the back of my PC that I could use for that, so wouldn't be that hard. Just gotta get the monitor. Okay, let's keep checking out these ramparts. Very nice, good lookout point. That's really cool how you can look through that telescope through the periscope that comes down. That's a great feature. No issues to report. Flessy. Huh? Link? You're back! I thought things felt different around here. I knew you'd escape the castle. You are Princess Zelda's swordsman after all. By the way, where's the princess? I can't wait to welcome her back. Link explains. I see, so she's still missing. If I could, I'd go and save Princess Zelda myself right now. But how can I get to Hyrule Castle? It's so high up. Blah, blah, blah. I love this little pond. We're gonna have to try and dive in here from up here after we check out the rest of the ramparts and the lookout towers. There's those wild horses again. I'm gonna have to be very selective about what horse I catch because I don't want to set any horses free. So the next horse I catch has to be a good one. Since Snurble is a shitty day one horse, I can't use up all of my horse slots on wild horses because there's gonna be some special horses. So the next wild horse that I get has to be really, really good. So we'll keep using Snurble for a long time until we learn from Melania where the best wild horse location is. Dang, that was anticlimactic. I was hoping for at least a bell sound. Also, did it take my arrow away? Looks like it. Too bad. Eastnide, will there be a Tears of the Kingdom diving special on YouTube? Yeah, I would like to do that. Obviously, I'm going to have to wait until I've learned quite a lot more about this game. But also, the nature of diving in this game makes it so that it's not quite as special as Breath of the Wild, because you can pretty much dive from anywhere in this game, like even over a land you can dive. So it's not quite as epic as it was in Breath of the Wild because you really had to get to special spots to do an epic dive. In Breath of the Wild, here it's like way more of a generic thing. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to research my favorite diving locations in this game. Ah, the arrow did fall down there. Okay, let's do a dive right now and get our arrow back. Beauty. So, long answer to your question, there most likely will be. It's just going to require a little bit more ingenuity because diving is so much more commonplace in this game. But because it's so much more commonplace and you can dive from any altitude, that means there's going to be some really, really high dives, like crazy. That's what I should do. Yo, now that I'm thinking about it, that's what we need to do for this game. Just do like really massively tall, seemingly impossible dives where you can't even see the ground below you. But just with practice and research, we're going to find some really crazy high up diving locations. You got me thinking here, Yishnaid. Love it. Totally, man. Yo, I feel like that video is very underrated. It doesn't have enough views and not enough people know about all the cool diving locations in Breath of the Wild. So if I could do one thing, eventually it would be to, well, there's a lot of things I want to do obviously, but I would like to, you know, get some more views on that video and promote that video more in the future. Maybe once I have a bigger following, I'll be like, hey, go check out my awesome diving Breath of the Wild video. That's kind of cool. Lookout towers / flame beacons. It was very well done. Cheers, man. Thank you. That video took so much fucking work, and it's a bit daunting to do a project like that because I probably put like 100 hours into that video, just like researching diving areas, going around to everywhere, pulling the dives off, and then doing all the editing. So if I do another video like that, I want to have a larger following before I do it because I don't want to put 100 hours into a video that only has 200 views, you know? So I do want to do it. I just want to make sure that it's going to be recognized and appreciated. And the fact that you appreciate that first video makes me happy, Yishnaid. Another little lookout post. There's a hole in the ground with gloom coming out of it. That's obviously a way to the depths, which we haven't learned about yet, but I'm looking forward to learning about that. Understandable. Yeah, exactly. But there'll be plenty of time to make awesome, fun videos like that. Keep falling off the ramparts. Doesn't look like there's too many NPCs up here to talk to anyways, but we still have to do the full rampart tour anyways. We're almost there, almost at the end on this side. Here's another NPC. I wonder if they're okay.
Ah.
Thad. You're a curious one, being up here when everyone's down below. The name's Thad. I'm from a place that's almost as far to the southeast as you can get from here. It's called Hateno Village. I've been worried about my family back home, so if you catch me sneaking a peek that-a-way, well, that's why. Have you seen the ring-shaped ruins on the horizon? They're off to the southeast. But when I'm looking out that way, I'm thinking of what's beyond the ruins, my dear Hateno Village. Oh man, Hateno Village is so dear to my heart too, Thad. Can't wait to go and visit. I'm really excited for that. So, I'm keeping a watch for monsters, of course, but I also keep seeing those strange ruins. Which then leads me to worry about my family, who I left behind so I could help out here. Tamana, Tebow, please be alright. Nice.
Oh.
My village is indebted to Princess Zelda. I wanted to offer some kind of assistance in return, so I came here. But I'm worried sick about my wife and son back in Hateno Village. That's far beyond those ring-shaped ruins in the distance, so I keep looking out that way. But I'm keeping proper watch, don't you worry. Right on, Thad. Probably gonna say the same thing now. Yeah. Nice, that was a sick double play. The leadoff runner got on, and then we doubled him off on a line drive catch and a throw to first base. And there's a ground ball to second, easy out, 3 up, 3 down. Nice. Good job, boys. Good way to start the game. Chris Bassett on the mound. The Bassett Hound. Alright. So that looks like that's it for the ramparts. Let's go back down and talk to some of these NPCs, see if they have anything new to say. Since I talked to Pura.
Ah.
I've been sorting out whether or not I can build a mini stable in Lookout Landing. I support this idea. I think this is a great idea because right now you can see my horse, Snurble, is unhoused. So yes, I believe you should build a mini stable in Lookout Landing. Lester has come here to care for the horses, so it'd help him out a lot if he had a proper stable. Agreed. The project would likely take me a while to complete.
Oh.
But once it's done, you'll be able to take full advantage, Link. Yo, I love the idea of the world progressing and new structures coming up and additions to the world being made. I hope that's not just a bluff, and I hope that actually happens throughout the game. I mean, all signs point to that happening, with Hudson's construction company and Terrytown being a thing in Breath of the Wild. I feel like they probably wanted to expand on that idea, but we'll just have to wait and see. Talked to Robbie and Anson. We talked to this dude. Only 100 more. 100 more reps. Let's talk to Lester again. I think you've caused quite a stir since your arrival here. Ha! People do fuss, don't they? If this is your first visit, talk to that soldier in the center of our little fort. Or were you hoping to register a horse? Oh, that's kind of interesting. So there is a mini stable here. Okay. Not quite. Wait, what? We're still getting things together on that front, so I'm afraid you'll have to hold your horses a while longer. Nice. Register a horse? If you register a wild horse as your own, you can call that horse to you at a stable whenever you please. At bigger roadside stables, not only can you register horses, but you can also stay the night. We didn't have room to build something that fancy here, but I did want a place I could take care of horses properly. Which is why Carson from Hudson Construction is planning to build us a mini stable. Once it's finished, you'll be able to register, board, and take out horses just like you would at any other stable. That's so sick. Who are you? I used to work at Rito's stable in Hebra. Had a good job taking care of horses.
But the cold there kept getting colder, and business got slower. In time, we had to close. Last I heard, the place has been bought out by the Lucky Clover Gazette. Nice. That's cool. So it's like an old stable converted into the Lucky Clover Gazette printing house. It's very, very interesting. Man, it's going to be so much fun exploring all of the familiar areas and seeing what's changed. I remember being disappointed at the end of Breath of the Wild that there was no like post-game world that you could explore. It just kind of reverts back to before you beat Ganon. But this is now our opportunity to explore the post-game Hyrule from Breath of the Wild. So it's like so sick. Of course, we'll probably run into the same problem here once we beat this game. Will there be a post Hyrule world after you beat this game? Probably not. But at least we get to see things, the aftermath from Breath of the Wild. It's great. Yeah, man, it's so cool.
Ah.
Just when I was feeling adrift, Purah reached out to me about managing the horses here at Lookout Landing. And before I knew it, here I was. Be sure to bundle up if you're going to Hebra. The cold over there is intense. I think that's really interesting too, how some of the things have changed. Like Hebra's grown colder, and Death Mountain has grown less hot, so it's like more bearable there. Whereas Tabantha has, oh, I don't know how far south it goes, but like northern Tabantha slash Hebra slash Rito Village has all become much, much colder. So it's interesting. Okay, let's talk to this crew again now that we've spoken to Purah. Landy.
Oh.
Shh. Wait. Oh, sorry, Master Swordsman.
Oh.
Link, I have word from Purah. Greylands is saying this. I'm glad you've returned safely, but I am gravely concerned about the princess. I'm just taking a look at the Jays game. Okay. They're showing a recap from last night. I thought that was a home run for a sec. Damn, strikeout. We got one on, one out. I'm holding out hope that the monster control crew brings back good news. They're searching the castle for her now. Searching the castle?
Oh.
Purah has given us orders to search thoroughly around Hyrule Castle. That's where we last had contact with Princess Zelda, so it seemed the best starting point in the search. Anyway, Purah enlisted our monster control crew to help out, so that's where our efforts are currently focused. Monster control crew?
Oh.
Yes, it's a group of volunteers who've joined together to defend the people from the onslaught of monsters. However, Purah has asked for our aid with a more pressing matter now. She's asked us to help in searching the castle. I was just debating whether or not to add reinforcements, but if you're joining the search link, I can keep our forces on standby. If you head to the castle, you'll run into Haz and the advance party, who will probably be just as surprised to see you. Flaxel, I'd be up for talking about hero stuff anytime that I'm not on a mission. Yo, why does this guy have to interrupt me every time? I get it. You want to be heard, Greylands. But I'm talking to these fine people. Durbos.
Ah.
So, you're this Link that I keep hearing about. You really do look tough. I'd like you to teach me about combat when all this is done. I'm glad you've returned safely, but I am gravely concerned about the princess. Oh, it's this guy again. Fuck off. I knew he was gonna talk up again. I was just debating whether or not to add reinforcements, but if you're joining the search link, I can keep our forces on standby. Head to the castle, you'll run into Haz and the advance party, who will probably be just as surprised to see you. Okay, so we've had an updated conversation with all of them. Another cart with the goddess symbol on it. Oh, no Triforce on this one, just the goddess wings. Nice, we're going to buy out this store momentarily. Just make sure we've talked to all the other NPCs in the vicinity. Other than this person in the center, I think we have. Yeah, this is so cool to see this fountain repurposed as the center of Lookout Landing. I love it. I'm so used to getting bombarded by guardians
and finding my phantom gear here. Let's see if there's anything up here. I do believe there was a Korok up here in Breath of the Wild. Looks like nothing. Alright. Got the Triforce underneath us. That's cool. The middle has the goddess symbol with the Triforce. And then we have the 3 emblems of the goddesses. Din, Furore, and Nadra. Or Nehru, rather. Nadra's the dragon. Let's talk to this chap. Find out his name.
Oh.
It is Scorpus. Cool. Glad to have you back, Link. My name is Scorpus. I've been charged with managing Lookout Landing. If you have any questions about the place, any at all, come right to me. I will answer as best I can.
Ah.
Now, please allow me to open up the emergency shelter. Ooh, cool. Something new here.
You.
Hey, it's me. Open up. What? Sweet. I'm glad I investigated that before it disappeared on us. This is pretty cool. Yo, an underground military bunker.
Ah.
This underground vault used to be an emergency shelter for the royal family. Now we're making constant use of it. Feel free to make yourself at home in our vault. Use any equipment you want. Thanks, Scorpus. It's pretty cool of you.
Yo.
Can I fill you in on anything here at Lookout Landing? What's the latest? What is the latest?
Oh.
We here at the emergency shelter have a rule. The newest team member has to do the cooking. Our current cook has been grumbling that after coming up with a new menu every day, he's starting to run out of ideas. I sense a side quest coming on.
Ah.
Reminds me of my time as cook. After a while, I gave up and started throwing apples on the fire. That's funny because often players will do that in this game and in Breath of the Wild. You get tired of just doing recipes and then you just start throwing apples on the fire. Oh, sorry, I was reminiscing. Lookout Landing.
Oh.
Purah turned Lookout Landing into the central base for coordinating efforts to find Princess Zelda. Originally, she established this fort to study the gloom that started seeping from Hyrule Castle. Only researchers and members of the Zonai survey team worked here. But once the princess went missing, everyone wanted to help, so they've been coming ever since. We're like one big, growing family. I need equipment.
Oh.
Lookout Landing was built on top of the royal family's emergency shelter. This is cool because it kind of plays on like the hidden areas under Hyrule Castle where maybe some of the guardians were hid initially, and maybe that was converted into an emergency shelter. It's hard to say. We don't have much equipment in there, but we do have essentials like beds and a cooking pot. Feel free to use those. If you need armor or cooking ingredients for your travels, you'll find all that at Mub's shop up here. Definitely going to be visiting Mub's shop. Nice. Yo, I love how the game rewards you for going into little crawl spaces like this. This is not the first time I've ducked down into an area that I thought might not be explorable and then found some shrooms or something, so that's pretty awesome. Also, I stood up on the diorama in Purah's laboratory, which I didn't think I'd be able to get up onto. I thought there would be an invisible hitbox, that would prevent you from climbing up onto it, but I was able to get up there. So it seems like there's a whole bunch of spaces where it appears like there might be invisible hitboxes, but it's just fully explorable, so that's really cool. Even when Link's head goes directly into the boards. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, before we go down, let's actually go do business at the shop. But yeah, we didn't talk to the guards again since speaking with Pura. Decayed weapons, Mondi.
Hi.
Hello again, Mr. Link. We've been seeing lots of monsters appear at night. I hope you stayed safe out there.
Oh.
Look at this. I made it for fighting off monsters. Pretty nifty, huh? So what, he's got fused too? Our iron weapon's decayed, and there's a lack of equipment around here, so I stuck a rock to the end of a long stick. Looks odd, but it'll work. Good stuff, good stuff.
Oh.
I had to make my own weapon, just a rock stuck on a stick. Pretty nifty, if you ask me. Then the guard on the other side. We already spoke to those. Oh no, we didn't speak to those guys again, did we? Okay, well, let's talk to all of the drawbridge guards. And then we will go do business at the shop, and then we'll go into the bunker. What's in the news today? I hear a terrible cold snap has hit Rito Village in the northwest. If you're going that way, you may want to bring food or elixirs that'll warm you up.
Oh.
I hear a terrible cold snap has hit Rito Village in the northwest. Blah, blah, blah. Same thing. Each night I have 2 questions for you. My first question applies to this moment. I want to make sure the game volume and my voice volume are balanced and you can hear the game okay and not too loud or not too quiet. And my second question is a little bit more involved regarding what I should do, which direction I should go first during my playthrough, because you've already beaten the story, so you have an idea. And you said one of the reasons you wanted to start out over again. It sounds great. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for that feedback. You said one of the reasons you wanted to restart your journey is because you now had an idea of certain avenues that you wanted to go down first. And so my question, without spoiling anything, is do you have a recommendation for a way that I should go first that might impact my playthrough in any way in terms of collectibles or 100%? Like, is there a certain path that I might take that will soft lock me out of certain events? Is kind of what I'm getting at, I guess, because I don't I would rather get a little bit of information from you that would help me make better playthrough decisions than just do it organically and miss something. Like right now or post paraglider. I'm assuming there's probably nothing that I'm going to miss right now before I get the paraglider. But if there is any missable content before I get the paraglider, definitely let me know. Leominator, yo, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. How's your day going, brother? But I guess post paraglider mostly. You're all good? Nice, man, nice. Just a bit tired. Fair enough. You had a long day? What were you up to today? Did I see something? Burwar. Oh, Link, pardon me. Good work today. I'm sure I saw someone fall from that huge island in the sky. Pretty sure, at least. The sight of that just stays with me. I should talk to the expert on Sky Islands who works with the Zonai survey team. They're studying ruins all over, though. I'll be able to leave my post here and go find that person someday, but who knows when that will be. I would be kind of mortified if I saw someone fall from the sky, and I would assume the worst. Ishnight says, I think you should listen to Pura's advice once you get the paraglider. Okay, cool. Cheers. Thank you for that tip. Yeah, it's good to have a little bit of insight from you, Ishnight, having already beaten the campaign once through. Leo says, gotta do some cleaning. Okay, okay. I know days like that, man, where chores take over. Drozer.
Ah.
How goes it, Link? Getting dark out here, isn't it? I'm trying to model my character voices for these NPCs after the sound effects that they make. I hope you take some time to see the extra facilities that are available in here. You'll find them very helpful. As for us, we'll keep watch over Lookout Landing until we have both you and the princess back safe and sound. Lookout Landing?
Oh.
This place is known as Lookout Landing. When the gloom began to seep up from under Hyrule Castle, Purah started observing it from here. But now we're all here looking out for any signs of Princess Zelda. The whole effort is coordinated from this place.
Ah.
We'll put everything we've got into these things here, Link. Anything we can do to support you and Purah in finding the princess, we'll do it. Okay. So, we've talked to everyone many times over. Oh, Carson's in a new place, though. He's talking about building the mini stable. Should I build it?
Oh.
That's cool. He's got a Hudson construction crew emblem on his vest. Good stuff. Hudson's made quite a name for himself since building Terrytown in Breath of the Wild. I've been sorting out whether or not I can build a mini stable in Lookout Landing. Lester has come here to care for the horses, so it'd help him out a lot if he had a proper stable. The project would likely take me a while to complete,
Oh.
but once it's done, you'll be able to take full advantage, Link.
Oh.
Okay, same thing.
Oh.
Cool, now we'll go buy out this entire store, which means we're gonna have to sell some stuff first. Let's talk to this person. What about that? Jambo, nice. It's so great, it's just so great.
Oh.
This Hylian armor series has caught your eye too? The design is so cool, and it fits like a glove. It's popular with travelers too, which means it's a must for adventuring. At that price, I can afford it if I sell my ore. If I sell off my ore. That's cool, that's a little tip to sell your stuff if you don't have enough for it. Obviously I was going to do that anyways, but that's cool. Ishnight, isn't Carson the guy who sat with Bolson by Link's house in Breath of the Wild? Yeah, I think you're right. Was it Carson, Hudson, and Bolson? He looks a little bit different. That's why I didn't recognize him. No, I guess he does look the same, actually. Yeah, he does. I knew his name sounded familiar, but for some reason he didn't look visually the same. But now that you say that, I think you're right. It's kind of weird how he didn't realize it was Link. But yeah, I think you're right, Ishnight. Carson, Bolson, and Hudson were all hanging out there. And Carson was the one who would go and help with the new additions to the house. Whenever you paid Bolson for a new upgrade. Mubs.
Ah,
Someday I'll be able to go back to my hometown. And until then, I'll sell as much stuff as I can. Your hometown?
oh,
I come from a small fishing town called Lurelin Village. It's way to the south, on the southeastern corner of Hyrule. It used to be a peaceful place too. Then the pirates arrived. I used to run the village's general store, but when those pirates arrived, I had to grab all the goods I could carry and run. I don't know what's going on there now.
ah,
I hope I can return someday, but for now, I'll just keep selling as much stuff as I can. Please let me know if there's anything you'd like. Buy my stuff.
oh,
Okay, so we're gonna have to sell off a lot to get everything that we want to buy here. Got a bunch of amber. Let's sell like 19 of these. How many can you sell me?
19 in total. That'll net you 190 rupees, okay? Yes.
Ah.
Thank you very much. Good haul. Are you going to sell me anything else? It'd make me happy, and my husband, too.
Oh.
Not interested. That's fine. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. I don't want to sell more than I have to. Let's find out what everything costs here. Anything else you need?
Ah.
If you want something, just pick it out and let me know. Let's get the arrows first. We're obviously going to clear the entire shop. Arrow times 5, a bundle of 5 common arrows. The shaft of these arrows were carved from the wood of a sturdy tree.
Oh.
How many will it be? I'll buy them all. You want to buy all 5? That'll be 100 rupees. How about it? I'll buy.
Ah.
That's so generous of you, sir. You've made me very happy today. Okay, so that's the arrows. It's good to get... How many arrows was that? Was that 100 arrows? No, it was 25 arrows. There were bundles of 5 stacks, so 5 times 5 is 25. Not bad, 4 rupees per arrow. Apples, it looks like there's 6 of them. I like that the actual... Yo, Julian, what's up, dude? Welcome back. How was dinner? I like that the actual number of products that you can buy are on display, so we should be able to buy 6 apples here. It's kind of pricey. They're 12 rupees each. I personally wouldn't want to pay 12 rupees for an apple, but because I'm buying out the whole inventory, we have to here. Apple, a common fruit eaten by people since ancient times. Eat it fresh or cook it to increase its effect.
Oh.
How many will it be? I'll buy them all. You want to buy all 6? That'll be 72 rupees. How about it? I'll buy.
Ah.
That's so generous of you, sir. You've made me very happy today. Dinner was good? Nice, dude. Excellent to hear. I'm almost finished speaking with everyone, and I'm going to go underground into the vault that opened up once I buy this gear right here. So the Hylian hood is 70. Hylian tunic is 130, that's 200. And the pants are an additional 120. So we need 320 rupees. We gotta sell it a little bit more here.
Ah.
Buy my stuff.
Oh.
What'll it be? Let's see, we need 87 rupees. Let me sell off some of these. Got a lot of eggs there. I'll sell 26. That'll leave us with around 20. How many can you sell me? 26? 26 in total. That'll net you 78 rupees, okay? Yes.
Oh.
Goody goody. I'm glad I got that. Oh, and we need just another 9 rupees. Okay. Take your time making a selection. I like to be exact. Let's sell 3 Hylian Hyrule herbs, and that'll give us exactly what we need. Each says, like that they made this set pretty affordable. Yeah, totally. It's like, it's going to be usually like the first set that most people will end up buying. Unless you decide to explore the world far out before you come to Lookout Landing, which I almost did. But I decided I should go and get the paraglider. Clowns Go Honk Honk says, Oi, Ishnaid. And Ishnaid says, Holla. Clowns Go Honk Honk. Nice. Alright, yeah, let's sell off 3 of these, and then we'll have exactly what we need. 3 in total. That'll net you 9 rupees, okay?
Ah.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good haul.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Ah.
If you want something, just pick it out and let me know. Alright, here we go. We're going to buy this set, and then we're going to equip it. The Hylian trousers. This will upgrade our armor class from 1 to 3, with a defensive value of 3. Traditional dress trousers of Hyrule.
The plush fabric makes these trousers quite comfortable, and their high durability makes them ideal for travelers. Good, good. Grab that.
Oh.
Nice choice. Is 120 rupees okay? No, it's not okay. Sell it to me for less. Fine, yes. Sick. There we go.
Ah.
That's so generous of you, sir. You've made me very happy today. The Hylian tunic. Again, raising our defensive value from 1 to 3. This is a chest piece armor, a common garb that achieved widespread popularity in Hyrule, particularly among travelers. Its light yet sturdy fabric doesn't limit movement. Grab that for sure. Nice choice. Is 130 rupees okay? Yes. Beautiful. And that just leaves the hood. Hylian hood. This raises our armor class from 0 to 3 for the headpiece because we currently are not wearing a headpiece, so that's cool. A hood woven using traditional Hyrulean methods. It's made from a sturdy material to protect travelers from the harsh sun and weather.
Oh.
Nice choice. Is 70 rupees okay? Yes, that's exactly what I have. Perfect. I like to see that. We got everything and we have 0 rupees left over. That's so generous of you, sir. You've made me very happy today. She doesn't have anything to say about being completely sold out. Most store owners have something to say. And I love how those fabrics at the top indicate clothing items.
Ah.
No, she doesn't say anything about being sold out.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. I'll restock our sold out items, so do come again. Cool, okay. I think I know where I can get changed without anybody seeing me. Oh, the well's open now too. Oh, sick. So Buddy Carson finished constructing the well. Yo, when I first saw him, he was chopping some logs here, and I thought he would just perpetually chop logs forever. But he actually... I cut the logs, and then he left because there was no more logs to cut. So he was like, oh, fuck it, I guess I'm done. And then he left and came over to the well. And he told me the well was inaccessible, and it had that board over the top. I tried to move it with the Ultra Hand, but he told me not to go down there. Then we got into the dialogue about how he was going to build a mini stable. So we've seen Carson's character evolve quite a bit, from just chopping some wood to building a proper entrance down to the well and opening up the well. Ah, Blood Moon, let's do some cooking. And then, of course, he went over to the stable area, to the horse area where he's going to be building a proper stable. So that's pretty cool.
Yo.
No, goodbye.
Ah.
I'm trying to climb down. Okay, I'm just gonna jump. Emergency shelter. Where's the cooking pot? Quickly, quickly, quickly. Right here. Okay. I don't exactly know what I want to cook. I just want to cook something to take advantage of the special power up from the Blood Moon. I haven't cooked a swift carrot yet. Let's see what happens here. Gerudo. You get the special music to indicate that it's a special powered up meal. Hasty fried wild greens. We got 4 hearts of recovery and speed up for 1 minute. Level 1 speed up for 1 minute. Grants a low level movement speed boost. A basic vegetable dish made by sauteing fresh wild plants. Okay. I don't know if I've tried creating like glazed meat yet with honey. Let's try that. Okay, we have made that. Now that I see that, I remember. Energized glazed meat. Okay. Try the mighty carp. Kona's song. Mighty Fish Skewer, 2 hearts of recovery, and attack up level 1 for 5 minutes and 50 seconds. That's not bad. It's pretty good for just putting 1 carp in a bucket, in a pot. Clowns Go Honk Honk says, I'm trying to reverse engineer the Critical Role Tears of the Kingdom one-shot. LOL. Okay, nice. Can't say I fully know what that means yet. Don't want to know too much information about any of that just yet. Maybe I'll try an elixir with a dark clump. Well, we know Nintendo isn't going to release the rules, and CR wouldn't be able to without permission. Is Critical Role like Dungeons and Dragons? D&D? I've heard the term before, but I'm not familiar with it really. Okay, let's do a dark clump. It says use it in cooking, but should I make an elixir out of it? Yeah, they're the biggest D&D group company. Okay, I see. Nintendo did a collab with them. Oh, nice. For a Tears one-shot campaign. Okay, sick. I see what you're getting at now. So it's not to do anything to do with Tears of the Kingdom. It's some rules for Critical Role, and you're trying to figure out reverse engineer. You just finished watching it. It's like 5 hours long. Wow. But you watched it in like 1 hour segments. Yes, exactly. Okay. That's cool, man. I hope you get some good research done and find out the information that you're looking for. It's an interesting thing. I play in an online D&D campaign with some friends, so I know a little bit about D&D, but not too much. I'm still kind of fairly new to it. It's awesome to hear that there's a Tears of the Kingdom thing. There were 2 Rito, a Goron, a Zora, and a Hudson Crew Hyrule member. Nice. I feel like this probably needs to be turned into an elixir, but it says use it in cooking. I wouldn't necessarily want to eat a dark clump in my cooking, but I wouldn't want to drink it either. Still, I'm going to try the elixir first, and if that fails, I'll do a cooking recipe. Let's try blue bokoblin horn. I've got a lot of those. Dubious food. Okay, so it is a food recipe and not an elixir. Interesting. They used modified power of the Apocalypse core, so it's not quite D&D. I see. As D&D is D20 core. Powers of the Apocalypse is more simplified. It's a 2d6 system. Anyways, yeah, impending blood moon. I hear. LOL. Yep. Gonna try and get a couple more cooking recipes in before we have this impending blood moon take effect. Let's do the dark clump with food. I'll just try cooking it by itself, I guess. No, dubious food again. What am I even supposed to do with this thing? Use it in cooking to get a gloom-resistant effect. Let me try cooking it with some meat. See if that does anything. Okay, here we go, here we go. Cool. Yo, that's sick. Warding meat skewer. So this is like preemptive before you go into the gloom to help prevent gloom from taking effect. So So this is 2 hearts of health recovery, and then 2 hearts or level 2 gloom resistance, I guess that's what that is, for 3 minutes. Grants a mid-level gloom protection, a juicy filling snack made by grilling small chunks of meat on a skewer. Clowns Go Honk Honk says, yes, gloom is pretty scary at first, lol. Yeah, I haven't experienced it too much, but I understand the effect that takes place. You lose hearts, and it's cool. It's like it's built into the lore because at the beginning of the game, Link is engulfed in gloom, I guess, and loses all of its hearts. So there's like a lore reason for why we're back down to 3 hearts. It's cool. And we want to avoid further encountering gloom. We try and squeeze one more dish in here before the blood moon takes effect. I probably want more of this, to be honest, so let's do that again. This will hopefully give me more time. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, yeah, that gave me 5.5 minutes, so that's good. 40 meat skewer, same thing, but 5.5 minutes and more hearts. Good stuff. Okay, we got into the menu again. There's some fun recipes, like some more complex recipes using butter and milk and stuff, but I don't know them yet, so I don't necessarily want to just attempt random stuff. But just for fun, let's try adding monster extract with milk and egg and wheat. This might give us a monster cake. I don't remember the recipe for monster cake. Wait, yo, here's what we're gonna do, guys. I've been waiting to use this book. I have a book. Let's take this out of my bookshelf behind me. Banquet of the Wilds. It's a recipe book of all of the recipes in Breath of the Wild. And obviously, many of those are going to cross over into Tears of the Kingdom. So we can now reference what the monster cake recipe is. LOL, nice. Yeah, totally, man, totally. So let's take a look. I bought this book a long time ago and I haven't really used it. It's cool. You can actually make notes in here. So what do we have? Um, Monster dishes, page 62. Okay. So here's the monster dishes page. See the different various monster recipes and then all of the ingredients to create them. The Holy Grail, says Yishnaid. Yeah, man. Too bad it's not going to cover all of the recipes in Tears of the Kingdom. I wonder if the people that made this book will do a second edition for Tears of the Kingdom. If they do, I'm definitely going to grab it. Okay, so monster cake, monster extract, cane sugar, goat butter, and Tabantha wheat. Okay, so that's not going to get us what we're looking for because that's Hylian rice, not Tabantha wheat. And I don't have sugar. So that'll just give us dubious food, so we're not going to do that. I could do monster rice balls, monster extract, Hylian rice, and rock salt. I could do monster stew, monster extract, any meat and any seafood. Monster soup requires Tabantha wheat, so we can't do that. Monster curry requires Goron spice, so we can't do that. But we can do stew and rice balls, so let's do those. So monster stew would be monster extract, any meat, and any seafood. Let's try that first then. So there's the monster extract. Then we want, let's go with the bird drumsticks since we have more of those. And any seafood. I wonder if I use seafood with an effect, if that'll give me the effect. Let's try that. Could always use more stamina. Let's use the stamina. Let's see what happens. Probably LOL. Yeah, yeah, I'd say so. Like they'll probably make a second volume, you're saying, Julian. Sorry, I should call you Clowns Go Honk Honk. Nice. New recipe. Energizing monster stew. 4 hearts of recovery, a full wheel of stamina, and 2/5 of a secondary wheel. Your name is okay? Okay, cool. Just checking, just checking. Because I definitely want to respect your privacy. But just your name, LOL. Got it. Got it. And you're agreeing that they'll probably make a second volume. Yeah, I hope so. And when they do, I'll definitely buy that and add that to the collection. There we go. Instantly refills some of your stamina wheel. Meat and seafood simmered in monster extract. A savory dish despite its ingredients. Very nice, very nice. Your username before was Julian. Oh yeah, true, with all the Roman numerals. I don't know what that Roman numeral is. Is that 5067? Julian 67? Yeah, I kind of remember your name being your actual name before. 67. Okay, I was right. Nice. So everyone knows your name. Friends say it anyways. If you don't want to say Julian, you go by Honks usually. Okay, cool. Good to know. I'll interchange them. Whatever I'm feeling. There we go. That's the new energizing monster stew. Got it. And nice, we got into the pause menu, so we can try one more here. Monster extract. What was the recipe again? I forgot. Rice balls. Wait, I know what it is. Rice balls. Is it just Hylian rice and rock salt? I believe. Let's try it. There we go. Monster rice balls. That didn't give me the special sound of the power up. I wonder if on occasion if you don't get a special meal while cooking during the blood moon, or if it's just because it's literally about to strike midnight, so it overrode it. Interesting, interesting. But there we go. The new recipe monster rice balls, purple. It's pretty cool. 5 hearts of recovery. Rice balls flavored with monster extract. Their unique aroma is not for everyone. Julian, appreciate it. LOL. Yeah, for sure, man. Definitely. Okay, sweet. So that'll do it for our blood moon cooking session. We've
When
got
the
some new
glow
recipes
of the
though.
blood-stained moon shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh. The world is threatened once again.
Not gonna lie, those look tasty. Yeah, they do actually. I agree. I'm trying to remember why, but I had like rice that was kind of purple in color one time. I think it was just like the type of rice that it was, like some dark wild rice. When you cook it, it's a little bit purplish. But I made some really good stir fry out of it. It was like purple stir fry. It was very bizarre. So this kind of reminds me of that. Or you could use food coloring, I guess. But either way, it does look good. Purple rice balls. Let's check our recipe book because we do have some new recipes that we've unlocked here. So 138, new recipe monster rice balls. 135, new recipe monster stew. You're going to lurk for a bit and prep food for tomorrow. No worries, dude. Thank you for stopping by and having great conversations as always. And thanks for the lurk too. I appreciate that. What else? New vegetable curry. Recipe number 65. Recipe number 52, new tomato seafood soup. Recipe number 49, Simmered tomato, that's another new one. Oh, I should make tomato meat stew, maybe? It looks like that might fit in there. Another new one, seafood skewer, recipe 6. Go all the way to the right, see if there's anything new over here. Yeah, we have new 150, recipe number 150, roasted highly in tomatoes. Recipe number 151, another new one, roasted wild berries. Recipe number 188, roasted carp, that's new. Recipe number 195, blackened crab, that's new. Roasted cavefish, nice. Oh yeah, those things. Recipe number 219, this is a new elixir, the electro elixir. And that's it for the new recipes. But I have some ideas. First, let's eat this. If I have room, I won't eat the dubious food just yet. I want to try tomato and meat to see if we get like a tomato stew or something. Nice, we got a powered up meal. No, just meat skewer. Okay. We got a powered up meal even though it wasn't the blood moon. That's kind of cool. A juicy filling snack made by grilling small chunks of meat on a skewer. Nice. That's cool. There's frying pans hanging down. We got a jug of milk, a bowl of flour or salt or sugar. Some barrels with other stocks in them. Cooking utensils. Another bowl of, that could be Goron spice maybe. That's nice that there's fresh water flowing down here, and I'm stepping in it. Cutting board, knives, barrels, a wash basin, mortar and pestle, a whisk, very important. Always have a whisk. My friend Maherm would be outraged if they didn't have a whisk. Plates, spatulas, more jugs, little spice bowls or something. Very cool. Nice little cooking area. And fresh water flowing in from the fountain above, even though there's no water in the fountain above. But it's coming maybe from the castle or something. There's all that water surrounding the castle, the moat, and all the waterfalls, so there's probably some fresh water there drifting in, flowing in. A couple of empty bowls or something waiting to be washed. More barrels, suitcases, more goddess symbols with triforces on those crates. A tool rack with a hammer and a chisel, sledgehammer, nails, weapons, satchel, jars, more hammers and nails, ropes, a sack up there, some notes on the wall, a banner with a shield and the crest again, the goddess crest. Nice, that's a new recruit that needs more cooking help. Before we help her out though, we're going to actually go get changed. I was going to try tomato and mushroom to see if that created anything different. Can't carry any more meals. In that case, there's 2 more dishes I want to try, so let's eat this. Dubious food. Stomach that down, choke that down, Link. We gotta make room. It's too bad you can't just discard meals. Actually, can you? I didn't even check. Oh man, I thought it was gonna give me the option to eat it or not. I just wasted that attack up. That's so stupid. I wanted to see if there was an option to discard. No, there's no option to discard. Okay. That's super frustrating. I just wasted that attack up meal. Oh well, we'll make more. Let me try, what did I want to try? Right, I wanted to try tomato and mushroom. This might just give us simmered fruit. So it could make us like tomato mushroom soup or something. Yeah, tomato mushroom stew. Nice. A new recipe, 3 hearts of recovery. A dish of fragrant mushrooms simmered with tomato. Healthy and rich in fiber. Very good. Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to do was... What was it? Oh yes, cook a hearty truffle just by itself, because that will definitely be a new recipe that we haven't encountered yet. Or will it? Will it just be hearty simmered fruit? Or a hearty mushroom skewer? Let's find out. Yeah, hearty mushroom skewer. Still, that's very helpful. Full recovery plus 1 extra additional heart. Can't complain about that. Restores your health and temporarily increases your maximum hearts. This simple mushroom packed skewer has its colorful presentation to thank for its appeal. Nice. Okay, so that's our cooking done for now. Let's check the new recipe. Recipe 51. New recipe, tomato mushroom stew. Beautiful. Okay, now before we continue exploring this area down here, Link has to go get changed. Let's make sure there's no... Yeah, there's nowhere we can get changed down here without being seen. What I was saying before the blood moon is we want to get changed in an area where no NPCs are going to see Link get naked. So, we're going to find a private area to get changed in, and we're going to use Purah's bedroom. Thanks, Purah. Oh, except we have to actually get there from the inside. We even have a little stanchioned off area where we can get changed and no one can peek. And finally, we're going to put on some new clothes. We've been rocking the archaic gear since the beginning of the game. We toggled the archaic warm greaves on with the leg wear, depending on if we were in a cold area, but it didn't make sense because on all the beautiful sunny days down in Hyrule, it didn't make sense to wear those big, thick, heavy pants and boots, so we were rocking the archaic leg wear. However, the Hylian trousers are pretty light, so we can wear those down here in the sunshine. We'll put on the whole Hylian outfit. Good stuff. Except I'm not going to put the hood on because we're in a safe space. We're in an establishment. It doesn't make sense to cover our face up. That's kind of sketchy. We don't want to be weird. Once we go on the road again, then we'll put the hood on. But for now, we'll just enjoy the new Hylian outfit without the hood. I read all those books already. I'm also keeping a journal entry in my Zelda notebook. We're going to keep track of all of the literature around Hyrule that you can read. So I made a new journal entry for that today, and we found 3 pieces of literature so far here in Lookout Landing. Okay, I'm going to take a wee break. Won't be long, 5 minutes at the most. Gotta use the washroom. I'm going to put my Banquet of the Wild book back on the shelf, safe. I'm going to bring my coffee mug to the kitchen because I'm almost done this coffee. And I might just get a little snack, so won't be long, but I do need to take a break for a couple minutes here. So Link will hang out down here in the bunker with the fine Hylians and Sheikins. We'll be back in a couple minutes. will put the cover back. Came with a hardcover sleeve for the cover. There we go, we got the cover back on for next time. Pretty cool artwork. Banquet of the Wild. We'll put it back on the shelf. The shelf's pretty tight. Trying to squeeze a lot of books on here, but there we go. Back in place. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, I am back. Leo says Kilson's streams are so chill. They don't help with my tiredness. XD fell asleep and just woke up. Nice. Yeah, my streams are definitely chill. That's what I'm going for. Just the way I play the games, you know, I want to explore every aspect of the game, so I'm not a speedrunner, I'm not super hyper, I'm not freaking out. I do a little bit of speedrunning here and there, and I probably will speedrun this game once I've done 100%ed it. But for right now, this detailed playthrough is way more about slowing down, chilling out, exploring everything that the game has to offer, so definitely a different vibe. You just try hard this game? If you mean try everything in this game, then yes. There's a chest down there. Interesting. That's cool. I didn't notice that before. Looks like there's an underground river. I wonder if that's in the well. That's probably in the well, which we also have to explore. Have you figured where this game's located? I mean, Zelda's timeline? I think Breath of the Wild and this game are just at the end of the timeline. That's my personal theory. I think a lot of people agree. But it's not necessarily true. I just feel like they... You know how with Ocarina of Time they split into the 3 timelines and all that wonky weird shit happened? I feel like Breath of the Wild has unified all the timelines back together, and now it's a singular timeline again, and it's continuing forwards. Breath of the Wild into Tears of the Kingdom and beyond, whatever comes next. I think they're just trying to simplify things now and unify the timelines again. Just my personal theory that Nintendo hasn't confirmed or denied it one way or another. Okay. So a lot of NPCs to talk to down here. Where do we start? Why don't we start by upgrading our stamina, since we have 4 Lights of Blessing, and we can finally get an upgrade at this goddess statue. After all this time, we haven't been able to do any upgrades since the Great Sky Island, since the first 4, what do you call them, shrines. So now we can take our 4 Lights of Blessing straight from our key items right here. Crystals that glow with a light that purges ancient evil and purifies with its radiance. How about you, Leo? Do you have a theory on the timeline and where this game takes place? I also do have a theory that Zelda is currently living in the past right now after the events of the beginning of the game. So if you take that into consideration, then maybe this game takes place in multiple places on the timeline. You who have conquered the shrines and claimed their lights of blessing. In exchange for 4 lights of blessing, I will amplify your being. So tell me what it is that you desire. Stamina vessel for sure. Fuck yes. Our first extra bit of stamina. This is exciting. You want a stamina vessel, yes? Yes, please. I shall grant the power you seek. Sick. Here we go. First stamina upgrade. Exciting times. Sick. Stamina vessel. An important item that restores some of the stamina you lost to the gloom, increasing the size of your stamina wheel. Oh yeah, I never even considered that the gloom took our stamina away as well. Not just the hearts. There we go. 1/5 of a new stamina wheel. Go and bring peace to the world. Okay. I guess I'll start in the middle with this dude with the spear. Mont. It's not Monty or Monte. I guess it's just Mont, silent E. Link, welcome, welcome. Call me Mont. You will find me employed as the gatekeeper of this fine establishment. This is the emergency shelter where all are welcome. Please stay as long as you like. Did that just happen? Yes, the Blue Jays just tied it with a home run. Fucking right. Love to see it. Love to see it, boys. Emergency shelter.
Ah.
Indeed, this place was originally used by the royal family as a safe haven in times of need. It's quite old, so we've been fixing it up as we go, you see. At this point, we've stockpiled some supplies, and I find it to be downright cozy. What are you doing here?
Ah.
Oh yeah, shit, I forgot, thank you. Yo, can you get me that pineapple hot sauce too? Just have a cheese melt. Dinner's on the way in a couple hours. We're slow cooking the lasagna in the oven. But I'm hungry now, so I need this to tide me over a bit. Cheers, thanks, bro. Got some new pineapple habanero hot sauce. It's quite delicious. And not overwhelmingly spicy. Although I do love overwhelmingly spicy as well. Leo, you love those timeline theories. Totally, man. Do you have any of your own? Do you have any timeline theories of your own? So let me eat my spicy cheese melt here, and then we'll continue. Well, you think past events of Tears of the Kingdom go even before Skyward Sword? That's how Demise was born? Okay, don't, stop right there because I don't know anything about the story of this game, so I don't want to hear too much about that. I guess I should have been a little bit more specific before I asked you. But, I do believe that Zelda has gone back in time. Okay, Honk says, that can't be, but I won't say any more, lol. Cheers, thank you. Leo says, all good then. Yeah, don't worry, it's not, no worries, no spoilers. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah. And I asked you what your theories were, so it's my fault for bringing that up. So don't feel bad. Honk says, that's on you, Kilson, LMAO. Yeah, totally. I didn't think before I asked because I figured Leo didn't know anything about this game because he hasn't played it yet. But he could have watched story-related stuff from other streamers or YouTubers. But yeah, it's definitely on me. But it's all good because nothing got spoiled, so crisis averted, boys. Crisis averted. Also, Honk says, "Hoi, Leo." Yeah, there's so much to talk about with Tears of the Kingdom, so yeah, totally. Yeah, Leo didn't say any spoilers. Perfect. We're all good. Leo, you haven't played yourself, but that doesn't mean you don't follow people grinding the game harder than me. Yeah, totally. Well, grinding harder than me is what do you say? What do you say it? That's a relative statement because I would say I'm an incredibly detailed player and I'm going to be grinding every aspect of this game. People have been moving faster through certain events of the game. Hunk says, you're all good. Leo says, I love good storytelling. That's why I love Overlord so much. And Mushoku Tensei and No Game, No Life. Nice, those games have good storytelling. That's awesome, I'll have to look into them sometime. Alright, I'm done my cheese melt. Let's see what Monte has to say. Mont. Those are anime. Okay. They're not games. Is Overlord anime as well? I need to up my anime game. There's a bunch of animes that I want to watch more of. Those are anime series, but are top 1, 2, and 3 for me when it comes to lore. Okay, sick. Nice. Top thing for me when it comes to lore is J.R.R. Tolkien's entire works of Middle-earth. But there are a bunch of animes that I want to watch. I just play too many games to watch stuff. I feel like when I'm on a date, that's when I tend to watch stuff more often. So I need to get a girlfriend that loves anime, and then we'll just watch anime often. I, Mont, have been tasked with the illustrious duty. Great, now Francois is jumping on the table, getting in my way. He smelt the cheese melt. You're too late, bud. I ate the cheese melt already. There's none for you. But I am going to give you wet food once I'm done streaming tonight, so you just have to be patient for a few hours, and then you'll get your wet food, okay? Okay, boy? He's like, put me down. I want my wet food now. He's like, I have no idea what you're saying. I speak cat. Totally. All I know is he smelt the cheese and he wanted some cheese, that's for sure. But he's chilling in his little perch. Look over there. There's his little cat perch beside my desk. Got a little blanket folded up that he likes to lie on. Okay. I, Mont, have been tasked with the illustrious duty of watching the entrance of this renowned emergency shelter. My tasks involve taking orders from my superiors regarding when to open or shut the entryway. A noble task indeed.
Aye.
Watch your footing when using the ladder. If only one could go straight through the ceiling rather than using a tiresome ladder. Ha! But I digress. Oh, if only one could do that with a certain ascend ability. Too bad there's no descend ability and I could go down here. But like I said, I think that's going to be down in the well below us. Julian's playing Child of Light. I missed that title. Child of something. But yeah, that is cool. I could just ascend out of here. For sure. This is cool. This is like a Risk game using purple and red rocks across Hyrule. Sky, Children of the Light. Okay, nice. By that game company, makers of Journey. Oh, nice. Wait, do I have that game? I might have that game. I think I got that game actually, now that you're reminding me of it. And yeah, we were noticing that it was by the makers of Journey, which is a fantastic game as well. Let's talk to this person. Garini. Yep. Yeah, man. I remember enjoying that game. I didn't put too much time into it, but I should keep playing it because it's pretty cool. Isn't there like a super social aspect where there's like people everywhere that are also playing the game simultaneously? Garini. So you're Link, huh? Some of the soldiers were just telling me. As a simple man from Lurelin, I'm a little starstruck. We don't see a lot of celebrities back home. Lurelin?
Oh.
Lurelin Village. It's a fishing town in East Necluda, far to the southeast. Used to be a popular resort, thanks to its sandy white beaches and gorgeous views of the sparkling sea. Then we got attacked by pirates. Now no one's living there, let alone running the shops. But listen to me getting all gloomy. There is an upside. If not for the pirates, my wife and I wouldn't have come here. I should just shut my trap and enjoy the charms of Lookout Landing. There is no one in my village quite like Kosi. I'll tell you that.
Ah.
Need to buy anything? You should talk to my wife. She's the Lurelin cutie who runs the shop upstairs. Okay, nice. That's his wife. Goodbye. There's no one in my village quite like Kosi, I'll tell you that. Interesting. So when I go to Lurelin eventually, it's going to be inhabited by a bunch of baddies, which is kind of interesting. This is like a different take on the evolution of the world. That's cool. Julian says there's a new game coming out by people who also worked on Journey, but the devs are Annapurna Interactive. Okay, cool. You think it's called Sword of the Sea or something? It looks great. Nice. Journey or Sky? I was referring to Sky. I think Sky is the game that I played. Like, I know there is a social thing in Journey 2 where you kind of have the revelation that you're playing with an actual player by the end of it, which was super awesome. I remember going on that journey. No pun intended, that journey. But doesn't Sky provide you way more other people in the world? Aren't there like way more other people in the world than Journey? Sky has shards of 8 people, yeah, but it's social like Journey. But Sky has been introducing larger shards with lots more people, yes. Okay, yeah, I think I played it like 6 months ago and there was like a bunch of people online all at the same time. Sorry, it's not Annapurna, it's Giant Squid, but some of the artists worked on Journey. Okay, sick, sick. Nice, man. It's pretty cool. Nice. Yeah, I should get back into it at some point. Very chill. Hello, sir.
Oh.
Atmos.
Huh?
Oh, it's you, Link. Pardon me for being lost in my work here. This map tends to get all my attention. Are you interested in the different peoples of Hyrule and where they live? That's my entire field of study. When I'm out on a deployment with the monster control crew, I spend hours poring over our maps. As such, I'm the most knowledgeable in Lookout Landing about Hyrule's various peoples and their towns and villages. Its various peoples. Aside from us Hylians, there are 4 other peoples here in Hyrule. Let's see, the Gerudo, the Rito. I guess the Shikens are technically Hylians too. The Gorons and the Zora. The Rito, the Gorons, the Zora, and the Gerudo. Each live in a different area and have their own unique traits, whether it's soaring the sky or feasting on rocks.
Oh.
We Hylians also live in villages that reflect our unique cultures. The Sheikah are renowned for their wisdom. In fact, our most prolific researchers are among them. The leader of Lookout Landing, Purah, is from the Sheikah tribe. Honk says, you've been playing almost since release. Okay, nice. That's cool, man. Do they keep... I guess they add new events, right? It's kind of like a ongoing game because they add new content to the game and new events and whatnot. It's pretty cool. There are events and also seasons. Okay, nice, nice. That's cool. I keep shifting and the camera doesn't stay censored. It's kind of annoying. And you can play totally free, but you can also buy season passes for some extra stuff. Yeah, they add new areas, quests, items, etc. Okay, sweet. Towns and villages. Hyrule has 8 major places that its various peoples call home. Nice, that's cool. It's actually lighting up the areas. Lookout Landing is located here in central Hyrule. Okay, the Lookout Landing is considered one of the main establishments, one of the 8. Up northwest of here, that's Rito Village in Hebra. There's Rito Village in Hebra. Then there's Gerudo Town, that's located to the southwest in the Gerudo region. You'll find Goron City to the northeast in Eldin. Travel a bit farther east, and you'll come across Terrytown in Akala. Nice. Not too far from there is Zora's Domain. That's within the Lanayru region. Continuing into southeast Hyrule, you'll come across a cluster of Hylian villages. These are within an area called Nakluda. Within that cluster, you'll find Kakariko Village, where the Sheikah live. I hear the village leader is quite lovely. That would be Impa. If you're seeking a tranquil spot, Hateno Village is worth a visit. I also hear it's become Hyrule's center of fashion. Lurelin is overrun by monsters, but I guess this is Lurelin. Finally, there's Lurelin Village. It's a wonderful getaway destination. Many of the aforementioned towns and villages have been deeply affected by the upheaval. If removing even a fraction of the monsters helps soothe the peoples of Hyrule, then that's what we'll do. Our monster control crew is on patrol each day, gathering information from everyone, everywhere. Okay, cool. Maybe we can rid Lurelin of the pirates and re-establish an establishment for Hylians down there. Aside from us, okay, I didn't mean to. What about you? I work with the monster control crew. We're tasked with protecting everyone from monsters. There's been an uptick in their population since the upheaval. But I'm not really the most skilled in combat. So instead, I use my knowledge of the areas to help determine where we should make deployments. You did Lurelin the other day. It's so fun. Sick, man. Yeah, I'm really excited to go and explore all of these areas that we know so well from Breath of the Wild and see how they're different and see what we can do. It's so interesting. I was talking to Ishnight earlier about how it's just so cool how we didn't really get to explore a post Hyrule after beating Breath of the Wild. It just kind of reverted back to before you defeated Ganon. So this is kind of our opportunity to see the post Hyrulean world. Familiar areas are usually poppin'. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Atmos. Goodbye. There's been an increase in the number of unfamiliar monsters since the upheaval as well. Be careful out there. I like that, unfamiliar monsters. So far we've seen some pretty weird freaks. Nice. So we have Rito Village. It's interesting, if you go, I took screenshots of these earlier. I deciphered this Hylian text up here, and this says Rito Village, Zora Village, even though it's called Zora's Domain, Gerudo Village, even though it's called Gerudo Town, and Goron Village, even though it's called Goron City. So it's weird how this dude refers to them by their actual names, but these posters refer to them all as villages, even though they're not all villages. Just a weird little continuity thing that I noticed. Here we got Rito Village, Goron City, Terrytown, Zora's Domain, Kakariko Village, Hateno Village, Lurelin Village, Lookout Landing, and Gerudo Town. Very cool, very cool. Okay, there's some more Hylian to translate. Let's pull up our translator. The window got all resized. That's kind of annoying. There we go. Okay, let's transcribe this. Translate. Keep saying transcribe. I've done a lot of musical transcriptions in my life, so I default to that word transcribe. But we're translating right now. Okay, so that first character looks like an I. Then we have a... Is that an N, I think? N, R. So far that doesn't make sense. I-N-R. I-N-R. O. R. M. A. T. I. O. N. Information. I think that's what it's supposed to say, information, but somewhere along the line I messed something up. Let's just decrypt what this says. Get out of here, advertisements. Can fuck right off. You're laughing at my my struggle with the advertisements. So it came up as information, right there under results in the bottom left. Information. So I obviously got that R wrong. It should be an F. Let me take another look. Why do I not have an ad blocker? Good question. I'm not like super computer savvy. I don't spend a whole bunch of time doing stuff like that. But, you know, maybe I should get around to it at some point. Where did I go wrong here? So F. Oh, I see. F is the same character as R. So that first R that I translated is actually an F, and it's just information. Okay. I don't want to show the baseball game that I'm watching because that would be bad news, although it seems to black it out automatically, which is good. Information, we've officially translated it. It's just add-ons. It takes like 2 clicks. What browser do I use? Right now I'm using Microsoft Edge. I was using Chrome before. I have Chrome on my PC too. I could use either or. Oh, okay, yeah, Edge is great. Nice, I'm glad to hear you're a fellow Edge user. It's Chromium, so any Chrome add-ons works as well. Does Chromium work on Edge? By the way, Honks, you told me about a year and a half ago that I should check out OBS Studio instead of what's it called? Streamlabs, and I followed your instructions and I've been using OBS recently instead of Streamlabs, and I find it to be much, much better. You were right about that. Chromium is like the architecture, like the core. Okay, okay. Oh, good, thank gosh. OBS baller, totally. Streamlabs, stinky poo. Yeah, I found that OBS is much better, just like you were saying. So thank you for that suggestion. It was a little less user-friendly at first, so I was kind of confused by it. But once I started figuring it out, I realized that it's much cleaner and just smoother, a better system. Leo agrees. OBS is amazing, but need to be a pro to use it. It is at first, yeah. Yeah, like, so it's not quite as user-friendly as Streamlabs, which is why I guess Streamlabs gained popularity, but it is more professional. But literally, any question you can just search, totally, and 99% of the time find an answer. That's what I found. After a while, I was just like, man, I gotta use OBS, and then whatever problems I'm having, I can just kind of troubleshoot as I go. It's no big deal. But it's much more powerful and customizable, and you're supporting open source software, not garbage thieves. Good stuff, good stuff. What I need to do is start adding some overlays to my OBS. So that's something I'm going to be researching soon, because I want to get all these graphic designers off my back that keep coming to my stream asking me if I want graphic designing help. They want me to hire them. And the faster I get overlays going, the faster I will be able to get those people off my back. So I just need to spend an afternoon, dedicate an afternoon to figuring out that stuff with OBS. Leo says, although I want to invest a couple bucks in a good designer for your overlays and stream stuff. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You can get free ones, Leo, to start. There's nothing wrong with using free overlays and stingers. Yeah, totally. There's also very inexpensive, affordable overlays, emotes, etc. Leo, I can help you with something real nice. Been thinking of good Zelda stuff. Nice, nice dude. Well, as long as you're not going to charge me because I can't afford anything at this point in time. But those people that helped me in the beginning of my stream, I will remember all the help that was given, and I will certainly work to pay that back and build a larger community with all of y'all. Take you with me to the top. Honk says like literally $2. Okay. A few people have made cool tiers overlays for free. Nice. I'll have to look into that. Blue Jays just took the lead. Good stuff. Late game. Okay, I gotta get back to focusing on the game here. Let's talk to this dude.
Oh.
Kosi. Okay, this is the one person that dude was talking about before. Oh, hey, is that you, Link? He's making armor. Sweet. I've been nose down, so I don't know what's happening around me half the time. This is pretty involved, so I'm gonna keep sitting here while I wrench on this. You might have heard, but when the upheaval happened, all of the weapons decayed. Yeah, I was wondering about that decay status. Like, I was wondering if the aesthetic just changed for the weaponry here in this game, but now we know it's actually because of the gloom and the decay. I poured so much energy into trying to fix them, but it's been no use. Decayed?
Ah.
But yeah, thank you for that information. I'm going to look into those free tiers overlays and just spend an afternoon doing some overlay work for my stream. Everything is fucked. Yeah. You're talking about with the gloom, everything's fucked with the upheaval. Yeah, just before the upheaval, gloom began pouring out of the ground. It clung to the weapons, pulsing as if alive. We watched as the weapons rotted to pieces right before our eyes. It was all pretty wild, and I don't understand how it happened. At a time when Hyrule Castle can float, I've given up trying to make sense of most things.
Ah.
Oh yeah, in case nobody has mentioned yet, you're welcome to the weapons over there. Though they probably won't be much use to you, since they're, you guessed it, decayed. Thanks, Kosi.
Ah.
When the upheaval happened, all the weapons decayed. I've been attaching various things to the tips of the weapons. Goodbye.
Ah.
Oh, yeah. Same shit. Honks. The one I saw the other day is actually $10, but that's super expensive, and it's actually cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind spending a bit of money. I'm gonna try to see what I can get for free first, and then I don't mind spending a bit of money if necessary. If you didn't have your own custom stuff, you might use that while playing Zelda. True, true. Leo, I know I can get some generic F2P things, but you want something unique. Okay, I see what you're saying. And Honks agrees, that's fair. I think I'll start out with some free generic stuff, just so because it's better than nothing. And then I can slowly start to upgrade. But I totally respect that you want something more customized for yourself, Leo. Honks, you made your own overlay, but your stinger was made by a friend. Okay. Leo, you'll make some really cool stuff for me. Yo, that's awesome, man. I really appreciate that. Please don't stress it if you don't have the time or whatever, but if you do manage to do something for me, that would be super, super cool. And other assets were made by others too. Okay. Send you the Discord link and you'll do the rest. Ebson's been working to build the Discord channel for us, so whatever changes we want to make, we'll have to include him in the discussion as well. But I'm sure he'll be down to get some customized stuff. Let me get the Discord link up here. If you guys haven't joined it yet, you should definitely join Kilson's Crib. This is my new fan Discord channel. I'll put the link in the chat right now. No, I don't have a bot yet, unfortunately. There's a lot of stuff. Like I told you, I'm not super computer savvy, so there's a lot of stuff. I'm really great with software. I know a lot of software really well, but when it comes to kind of the back end of things, setting things up like this, I'm not as well versed in that. Leo, you're free from Peruvian lifestyle. No more 16 hours a day, 7 days a week shifts. Yeah, I'm happy that you don't have to work so hard like that anymore, man. Is this like a new server beyond the old one now, too? Yeah, I think so. I think we're just starting from scratch. So you could probably forget about the old server. Yeah, I know. Out with the old, in with the new. Epson's done a lot of really great things with the server, including like notifications when I go live, notifications when I post YouTube shorts or YouTube videos or TikToks, a fun little RPG, text-based RPG game that we like to play, a memes channel, a music bot, a YouTube bot. So there's a lot of really cool features that Epson's put together so far. Leo says, "All right, guys, gonna leave the lurk. Be back later." Right on, Leo. Thanks, man. And we can talk more about some channel overlays and upgrades for sure, man. Honk says, "Take care, Leo." Yeah, take care, Leo. Talk to you soon, brother. Okay. Let's drop the torch and pick up this Boko Reaper. The Boko Reaper. So, it's a traveler's sword attached to a bokoblin horn. Nice. An average sword used largely by travelers. The blade has decayed, but it can still serve its purpose. And then we have a traveler's sword just by itself there as well. There's too many weapons in the game. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You can't actually throw that because of the bees, which is super cool that you can have a bee wand and attack enemies with your own swarm of bees. That's so fucking awesome. But I was trying to drop this, so let's drop it like this. I want to see what this guy says if I pick up all the weapons there. No, doesn't say anything new. Okay, I think I'll probably get rid of this traveler's sword then, and pick up my bee wand again. It's very funny. Fuse the sword to the sword. Oh yeah, remove the beehive. I don't know if I want to do that. I like the beehive. I'm attached to this beehive. What I want to do is actually use it to kill an enemy and then take a screen capture of that. Fair, LMAO. Yeah. Until I get a kill with it and capture that kill, I'm going to hold on to the beehive weapon because I think that's just a really silly thing and I could make like a fun little TikTok out of that. So until I get a chance to do that, we'll hold on to the beehive. But I don't even want to be equipped with anything while I'm down here. It's hilarious, yeah. Yeah, man, it's so silly. I love it. It's awesome. Right, this person has a quest for us. We've now talked to Kosi. We've now talked to Atmos. We did our business at the goddess statue. Oh, there might be a little bit more Hylian to translate here. Let's see. Let's see if I can transcribe this on the fly. Translate this on the fly. We have I. Oh, this is just information. Okay. I guess that was the one I transcribed before. Thought it was a new one for some reason. Here's a new NPC. Very interesting. Wordsworth! It's the same Hyrulean script, and yet it's so different from our modern language. I still have a lot to learn. Can't see his face. He looks... There we go. Looks very artistic. And like a pilot at the same time. Those are like pilot's goggles. But he's got like a beret, like an artist with a feather. Cool. Very weird character. I like him. I still have a lot to learn. Now he turns around. Don't tell me. Based on your stature, physique, and distinctive right arm, you must be Link. Am I right? Purah has told me so much about you. I'm Wordsworth. My research specialty is ancient Hyrulean. Oh, nice. We might have more translations to make throughout the game. And by ancient Hyrulean, I don't mean the text found in the ring ruins, but something different. It's what we call the language used at the time of Hyrule's founding. Our modern language is built on that foundation. These books here are written in that ancient tongue. They'd look like gibberish to your average Hyrulean. Are you curious about ancient Hyrulean? Yes, I am. I don't have anything to show you as things stand now. But I'm sure I'll someday have results posted and ready for all to see at the lab in Kakariko Village. Yo, that's so cool. I'm already such a nerd for exploring every aspect of this game, runes and languages included. So the fact that there's another language and that there might be a quest associated with this is pretty interesting. I like that. Not necessarily a quest, but just some other stuff to uncover. Another mystery. Our sources of ancient Hyrulean are few and far between, so I haven't made much progress in my studies. I'm sure I'll someday have results posted and ready for all to see at the lab in Kakariko Village. Thanks, Wordsworth. Nice, another journal. ZST, 3 big ideas. Read the Zonai survey team's 3 big ideas. Surveying shrines. The mysterious ruins that appeared due to the upheaval with strange dome-like protrusions were called shrines. They look more like potato rocks than domes to me. That's just me, though. They are believed to be from the Zonai civilization, but exact details regarding these shrines are unknown. When observing shrines as well as fallen ruins, take note of their shape, the sky above, and the surrounding environment. Interesting. Haven't really thought about the surrounding environment around shrines. I have noticed that a lot of shrines that have Zonai devices inside of them often have those Zonai devices placed outside the shrine for you to experiment with. Surveying chasms. We haven't learned about chasms or the depths yet. Large holes appeared all over the world after the upheaval. They release gloom and are known as chasms. Gloom is physically harmful to people. Direct contact should be avoided. If the effects of gloom are making you feel ill, evacuate from the chasm immediately. Before entering any chasm, be sure to ask permission from Josha, the leader of the chasm surveys. Okay, cool. Our team's purpose. We of the Zonai survey team were founded and tasked by Princess Zelda to study ruins and ancient documents. Through the lens of archaeological understanding, it is her hope that we will uncover the deep history of Hyrule. Due to the upheaval, many ruins from the Zonai civilization came crashing down from the sky. We have known very little of the Zonai, but we may now have evidence that their culture once flourished in the sky above. Our chief executive is Toro, the first individual in the world to find a clue to deciphering Zonai scripts. Our current surveys are wholly focused on learning more about the Zonai civilization. Research results are shared out to specialists at the base in Kakariko Village. Nice, and then again you can use the log command to take a look at all of those notes. Not that we need to because we can just read them again if we wanted to anyways, but it's still cool. Stop reading. Actually, we just want to get the name of this journal for our journal entry in our Zelda notebook. I've been now keeping track of all of the literature across Hyrule. Because it's a personal challenge of mine to read all the literature throughout the world, so we want to track it as we go. So this is literature entry number 4, and it is ZST, or ZST for you Americans out there. 3 big ideas. Or is it that, I don't know, does most of the world call it Z and Canadians call it Z? Or does most of the world call it Z and Americans call it Z? One way or another. This is Lookout Landing. Z, Z, tomato, tomato. That's funny. I read it tomato, tomato, but I could have easily read it as tomato, tomato. English is whack anyways. Yeah, totally. I guess in the alphabet song we do say Y and Z so that it rhymes. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Because all these letters end with E, the E sound, right? So Z makes more sense for the alphabet song, that's for sure. There we go. We have our 4th entry in the literature throughout Hyrule. I'm not trying to make this neat. I'm not a calligraphist. Hunk says, I must go to bed now, though. Sad cat face. Have a good night. Have fun. Cheers. Thanks, Julian. Much love, man. Thank you for stopping by the stream. It was great having you here today. We had some fun. We had some good laughs. And you gave me some ideas for some overlay stuff. So thank you for that. and I will take an afternoon off of streaming one of these days coming up to spend some time on upgrading my overlays and whatnot. Cheers, brother. You have a good night as well. Have a great day tomorrow. I'm probably going to stream for a couple more hours tonight and make some more progress. Maybe get the paraglider. We'll see how far I get with all this. But I'm going to head to Hyrule Castle as soon as I'm done down here. So that should be pretty sick. I'm looking forward to that. Cheers, dude. Have a great night. All right, we got our next entry recorded in the journal. Stop reading. Let's go like a beaker or a flask or something. Corked jar. Satchel. Who's this fine character then? Scylla. Remnants from the Zonai civilization have started popping up all over. This calls for the Zonai survey team. Well, it should call for that, but instead, they've got me hanging out here until further notice. I even spent loads of hours memorizing everything in the Zonai survey team book over there. Guess the best thing to do now is to stay on top of the news in each region, so I'm even more prepared when the call comes. Freezing temperatures bring feathery shivers to Rito. The Rito are all over the newspaper lately. Nice, she's reading the Lucky Clover Gazette. I remember that headline. One of the other characters was looking at that very same thing. They live out in the Hebrew region, if I recall. It's in the snowfields of northwest Hyrule. Some surveyors grouse about going there because of how cold it is. Some surveyors grouse about going there because of how cold it is. Well, and all they need to do is bring proper gear and supplies for cold resistance, and go to the Rito Inn to sleep on a luxurious, fluffy down bed. Sigh. I know it's important to be on standby here, but I wish they'd send me out on a survey already. Okay, she's just saying the same thing, but we gotta double check. Talk to Gurini. Here's another new chap. He's got a compass on his head. Nice. Chemo. Today in the Lucky Clover Gazette, mysterious shrines appear all over the world overnight. Shrines appear everywhere due to shifts caused by the upheaval. With Pura as their leader, the Zonai survey team begins thorough investigations the world over. Huh? Guess this paper's a little old. That's funny. Let's see, what's in this issue of the Lucky Clover Gazette? What's the news? Freezing temperatures bring feathery shivers to the Rito. Rito Village is facing a food shortage as cold winds make travel to the village dangerous from resident and visitor alike. We've heard this entry from a different reader at one of the stables. What was it called? Riverside Stable? No, not Riverside. Wetland Stable, rather. That's awful. Sounds like anyone trying to get to Rito Village needs to prepare themselves for harsh, freezing weather. There's so much to read in these newspapers. Other stories? Oh, now this is interesting. The Lucky Clover Gazette is here for you. The Lucky Clover Gazette has opened its offices at Rito Stable. Any eager new journalists are encouraged to apply. I really love that this stable has been repurposed into a printing house. That's very interesting. It's just like a unique transitional thing from Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom. Just reusing that asset but putting something different in it. It's like something that would happen in real life. Like a business goes under and then another business goes in and takes over, but it's still the old infrastructure, so they kind of have to adjust. And it's just interesting. It's cool. I like it. Nice Blue Jays win. Fuck yeah, boys. Huge win against the Houston Astros, a tough team. World Series winners from last year. So that stable has become a newspaper company then, just when you thought you'd seen everything. If I'm ever near Rito Village, I might just drop by and see what this is all about. There's so much to read in these newspapers. I'll leave you be, sir. Heh, you can learn about the world without even having to travel. I really love the Lucky Clover Gazette, though it does seem like they're short-staffed. I bet I could be a journalist. Nice. We still have to talk to that person. Kosi, Atmos. I think we've talked to everyone else at this point. Oh, not these people. Nappin', his name is, and he's napping. Nope, nope, nope. Not going near chasms anymore. Nasty gloom, it's everywhere. Making everyone sick, making me sick. Glad I ate that yellow plant stuff from the gloom specialist. Any more gloom, and I'd be canoeing down old Death River. Work my tail off for Josha. Kids run circles around Pura and Robbie. She loves research. Me? I'm sick to death of chasm research. At least I'm starting to feel better, but I think I'll lie low and keep lying here. I did it all for Josha, but I can't go near chasms anymore. I don't care what's down there. Nasty gloom, it's everywhere. Okay, same stuff, same stuff. Nappin'. Dion. Link, right? That's right. You really are that Link guy, aren't you? I heard folks talking about you, and your face matches the one on the poster. Oh, sorry, you wanted a bed, yeah? You can go ahead and take whatever empty bed you like. Nappin's sleep talking is particularly audible here, so you probably want to bed a little further from him. His physical condition has been deteriorating ever since he investigated one of the chasms. That's despite how long he's been back, which has been quite a while. He still hasn't made much of a recovery. Damn, that sucks. The chasms? The upheaval created massive openings across the land known as chasms. In fact, there's one nearby just beneath Hyrule Castle and another to the south of Lookout Landing. But if you go plumbing those depths, you'll come across plenty of gloom. You touch that stuff and your health will take a turn for the worse. Anyway, there's a young girl named Josha who's been heading up investigations into the chasms. Despite her age, she's been leading the charge. Pretty remarkable, if you ask me. Right on, thanks, Dion. If you go to use a bed, feel free to use the empty one over there. It's far enough from napping, in theory, so you won't be constantly annoyed by his sleep talking. He's zonked out after an investigation into the chasm. Thanks, Dion. Goodbye. All the resources here are free for use, so don't be shy. I think I will take a nap. Maybe a bit later. Look at all this dust.
Oh,
Jaren. Nice. I remember Jaren. Hey, I know that face. And any face I know is the face of a friend. Please, Link, help yourself to anything in this shelter. It's all yours to use as you see fit. But don't you dare go making a mess of this place and kicking up dust. I spend so much time cleaning in here, and there's still endless amounts of dust. Where does all this dust even come from, anyway? That's what I wonder, too, when I sweep my living room. How does so much dust appear? Oh, nice, I was able to get up. That's cool. Okay. Okay, I think I've talked to everyone. It's time to do this side quest. Just make sure I've got everyone's name uncovered. These two. This dude, and this dude. Yep, we're good. So here we go. We're going to activate the new side quest from this NPC here.
Oh?
Bermano. Nice. Hey, are you new here? You may scoff, but I know a fresh face when I see one. I can say that because I'm a newcomer, too. My name's Bermano, and they put me in charge of cooking for some reason. Because you're a newbie. I want to say something fancy like, for today's menu, we have a fruit and mushroom mix that'll rev you right up. Yeah, I was really looking forward to saying that, but I'm plumb out of apples. If I don't have my most important ingredient, say goodbye to the rich, full flavor. Side quests, today's menu. Here we go, the new side quest. My nose is detecting an aroma, a sweet, tangy, pleasant aroma. Could it be? Do you have an apple? I don't want to give it to him yet because I want to read the side quest first. I don't have one. Right, of course. As if you'd just magically have one. My nose is rarely mistaken, but I understand. Now, if you did have an apple, I'd let you in on some fruit and mushroom mix goodness. So keep that in mind. An apple could work. Okay, let's investigate the quest before we finish the quest. I want to be able to read the quest in progress as well as the completed quests in our adventure log. So if I went ahead and completed it before reading that information, then I would never be able to read that information. So let's take a look at that. Adventure log, today's menu, new side quest. Today's menu given to us by Bermano at Lookout Landing. Bermano, the cook in the Lookout Landing emergency shelter, wants to energize folks and cheer them up with his fruit and mushroom mix, but he's missing an apple, a key ingredient. I think we can help him with that. I thought I was so ready to energize folks around here with my fruit and mushroom mix, but I've got no apples. I'm missing my most important ingredient. Take this. Here you go, bud. Wow, you're really generous. I'm giving you first crack at some grub. Hold on a sec. I'm calling it Bermano's Special Fruit and Mushroom Mix. Looks tasty, doesn't it? Sweet! We got some fruit and mushroom mix, which you've made previously, which is why there's no new symbol there. But worth 2 hearts of recovery. This dish contrasts the sweetness of fruit with the savoriness of mushrooms. Very nice. I like to make a big deal out of it, but anyone can make it. All you need is an apple, a mushroom, and a pot. You should try making some. Side quests. Today's menu complete. And just to be thorough, I will take his suggestion and make one of my own. Just a basic one. No, oh, can't carry any more meals. Okay, then. In that case, I'll eat his fruit and mushroom mix. We're down in the emergency shelter with the crew. Everyone's eating fruit and mushroom mix, so I should have some too. Let's dig in. Enjoy some of that. Now, we can go ahead and make our own dish for later. Ocarina of Time, Hyrule Fields. Fruit and mushroom mix, there it is. Beautiful. And we can investigate now in the adventure log the completed quest, today's menu, given to us by Bermano at Lookout Landing. Bermano the cook whipped up his special fruit and mushroom mix and gave some to you as a reward for providing the needed apple. Apparently, this dish can be made with an apple, a mushroom, and a pot. Very good, very good. So, had we gone ahead and just given him the apple, we would not have gotten to see the in-progress quest text. So that was very important for me as a completionist to see that text before we got the completed text. That's why I did that. Nice. Let's speak with Bermano one more time. Thanks for bringing me that ingredient. You really saved my bacon. Now I can give the search party plenty of energy to keep up the hunt for Princess Zelda. If you need to cook, feel free to use this here pot. All you need to make some grub is a pot and some ingredients. I always tell folks to give it a shot, even if they're new to it. Alright, sweet. Right on, Bermano. So that exhausts dialogue with all members down here, and we completed a side quest while we were at it, which is fantastic. The only thing we haven't done down here is taken a nap in the bed, so let's do that. We can't nap in the afternoon. I want to get a good night's sleep. We've been up for a few days in a row, basically. Link has been up for a few days in a row. So I say we wait. I actually want to step away for a minute, take a wee break. So I'm just going to leave the game running for a few minutes while I'm away. Then that'll put it at nighttime, and then we can sleep till morning. So that's the idea. Be back momentarily. Okay. So it is a bit early for Link to go to sleep. It's not yet 7 p.m. here. However, He has been up for many days in a row, so he could use a good long sleep. I guess he wakes up at 5 a.m., so 7 to 5 is 10 hours. That seems good. We'll go to sleep now. Now we'll finally officially use this bed. This is the first time we've actually slept in a bed, I think, in this entire game, so... No, that's not true. We've been sleeping at the stable, never mind. But this is the first time that it's been a bed outside of a stable. Sleep until morning. That was a different sound. Alright, nice. A good night's sleep. An early morning start. I think we're ready to head up to Hyrule Castle at long last. Done. Oh, yes. I was going to say we've done everything that we want to do down here, but we did not go into the well yet. So we are going to have to go check out the well first real quick. I actually wanted to ascend just for the fun of it. So cool. So fun. I should climb this pillar as well. I'm interested to talk to these NPCs while I'm naked, but I don't want to go through all that right now. I would also be curious to see if I could lure an enemy in here and how they would respond to that. I feel like they probably don't have rewards programmed into them because they live in an establishment, but you never know. Wouldn't be really easy to get most enemies here because there's not too many enemies around, but potentially a stall monster could carry their head over. It's always an option. We'll have to wait until nighttime, and we'll have to wait until we encounter a stall monster, and that's something I don't really need to do at the moment, so we will return to that another time. But I do want to go into the well, which is right here. Oh, Snurble, you've been such a good girl. I'm gonna feed you a carrot because I got some carrots and you deserve to have one. There you go, girl. You've been here all by yourself. No stable. Give you some pets as well. I'm gonna be a little while longer. I've got to go to Hyrule Castle. But we are gonna depart together on another journey again. So just hang tight. Has there been any progress on the stable? Doesn't look like it. Ah, but he has wood over here now. That's cool. How should I build it? He might be saying something different.
Oh.
Okay, no, he's still saying the same stuff.
Oh.
But he's got these logs that weren't here before. Let's chop them.
Oh. Oh.
No change. More arrows, though. I'll take those. Oh wow, and the even the armor has been replaced. It's kind of funny. Well, we don't need any more armor.
Ah,
But let me get those arrows.
oh,
Oops. Didn't mean to ask her about her hometown again. We've already seen this.
ah,
Buy my stuff.
oh.
We need 100 rupees. I can sell 20 of these, I guess. No, I don't want to do that. Let's sell 20 of these. That should get us 60 rupees. You know, I could sell more. Fuck it. Let's sell 30 for 90. 30 in total. That'll net you 90 rupees, okay? Yes.
Ah,
Thanks. Be sure to look around. We have some rare products in stock. Anything else to sell? The more I put on my shelves, the more money I'll make, then the sooner I can go back home. Let's do a couple bokoblin horns, and that'll get us the last 10 that we need for all of the arrows. Blue bokoblin horns. 2 in total. That'll let you 10 rupees, okay? Yes.
oh.
Thank you very much. Good haul. Our selection's limited, so if you sell me stuff, that'll really help.
Ah,
Not interested. That's fine. It's been a pleasure doing business with you.
oh.
Okay, let's grab these arrows.
Ah,
How many will it be? I'll buy them all. You want to buy all 5? That'll be 100 rupees. How about it? I'll buy.
oh.
It's so generous of you, sir. You've made me very happy today. Sweet. Okay, so I just wanted to identify the couple. So there's Mubs. And then what's the dude's name down here that she's married to? It's this guy. Mubs and Garini. So that's the couple, Garini and Mubs. Very nice. I like how they have bare feet. Yeah, I just wanted to know what they were called as a couple. So that's cool. Alright, time to go down into the well. Fast flowing water. Doesn't seem dangerous though. Weird how it just ends here and gets sucked into oblivion apparently. Oh yeah, shit. I forgot to put on the basketball game. NBA Finals. The Blue Jays game ended and then I just forgot about that. Let's put that on. Nice, it's only an hour in, so didn't miss too much of it. Second quarter. Denver's up by 3, 1 minute left in the first half. Crazy close game, crazy close game. He's going to watch the end of this first half here. 40 seconds left, 3-point game. People are missing their shots on both ends. Here comes Jamal Murray. Michael Porter Jr. misses the shot. Jokic goes down. 17 seconds left. in the first half. Kyle Lowry's looking confused. Did he get a foul? Man, that's another reason why I like the Heat, because they have Lowry, and he was a Raptor for a long time. He helped win us a championship. Yeah, Jokic got free throws on that. First one goes in. That didn't seem like a foul. That didn't seem like much of a foul. That's pretty sad. Second one goes in. Denver's up by 5. Korak? Nope. Can I dive into this? No, I guess it's not deep enough. You can swim in it, but it doesn't matter. Still not deep enough to dive. Alright, halftime, Denver's up by 5. I want Denver to win, but I do like Miami too. It's tough, man, it's tough. They're both awesome teams. I'm just gonna feel bad for whoever loses because I like them both. Bright Bloom Seeds, Giant Bright Bloom Seed. I do wish it was darker down in these wells, because so far I haven't really had to use Bright Bloom Seeds. It hasn't been dark enough to justify it. Use the Stone Talus Hammer. This is obviously going to take me underneath. This is the chest that I was looking at before. And yeah, underneath the grading in the secret. What do you call that area? Fucking emergency shelter. That's what they're calling it. Yeah, that's the emergency shelter above us. Got all those Bright Bloom Seeds. Wells are pretty cool because there's usually lots of more rare resources down inside of them. It's nice. What do we have in the chest? Another weapon that I don't have room for? Yes. You can't carry any more melee weapons, of course. Royal Claymore. This is the first time we've got our hands on a Royal Claymore, so that's cool. Two-handed weapon with a 14 attack value of 14. A large sword, now decayed, issued to the royal family's guard. It's tuned for skilled users and yields a powerful flurry rush during a perfect dodge. Okay, nice. So obviously we want to take that with us. My one problem with weapons is that you get way too many and I don't use them fast enough. Let's fuse 2 of these swords, I guess. I'm gonna fuse the Knight's Broadsword to the Royal Broadsword. No, I'll fuse it to the Soldier's Broadsword for that quick charge. Hopefully this still gives me the quick charge. We're about to find out. Yeah, it does still give you the quick charge. That's fantastic. And obviously increased range and increased attack strength with that other sword attached, so that's pretty sweet. Good stuff. Let's put that away, and then we can get our Royal Claymore. Royal Claymore, there it is, with an attack value of 14 and a Flurry Rush, powerful Flurry Rush. What's that upgrade called, or that trait? Improved Flurry Rush, okay. Same as this, improved flurry rush. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. But we're still not equipping weapons at the moment. No need for them just yet. Oh, you know what? Let's have some fun. And let's do the old ascend. That was obviously a fun way to remind you that you could ascend up through into a chamber above. What? He was talking about ascend before, wasn't he?
Yeah.
There's no need to worry about monsters while you're in the emergency shelter. Just relax and go about your business. Maybe not.
Hey.
Watch your footing when you're using the ladder. If only one could go straight through the ceiling rather than using a tiresome ladder, ha! But I digress. Okay, I was right. He did talk about ascend, or a wish to be able to do something like that. That was cool. We got to show him. That came full circle. I also like that he was kind of shocked. I wonder if this guy will be shocked. Let's try it. Right around here should do it. Nope, he doesn't care at all. Maybe a little bit closer. Here. Nope, no reaction. Nice. Okay, I think we've pretty much done everything here now. There's no reason to dilly-dally any longer. We shall head up to Hyrule Castle. It's pretty cool how there's a nice establishment right on the outskirts of Hyrule Castle for people to research and study and adventure and explore all of the things that have been going on. Starting with these guys over here. Sometimes I like just walking. Hyrule Castle Town Ruins, Hyrule Field. Like in a civilized area, you're not going to run around everywhere. Unless you're in a rush. Even Purah's stumped. Gagame. Gagame? I'm not sure which one's Gagame. Probably the one on the left here. It's hard to believe these ruins just fell from the sky. I mean, they're from the Age of Legends, and now they're here. Yeah, it's gotta be the guy on the left. It's all so strange, huh?
Ah.
Grunyan. Yeah, it sure is. But it's also a great opportunity. All of us on the Zonai survey team should count ourselves lucky. If it weren't for the upheaval, this never would have happened. Not that anyone knows what the upheaval even is. Well, Purah is investigating the upheaval. Purah is investigating the upheaval. She's certain it'll provide clues about Princess Zelda. But progress isn't great, I've heard. Is the princess all right wherever she is? These ruins right here are exceptional, but really, who cares about that at a time like this?
Oh.
It'd be great to understand more about the upheaval, but the safety of the princess has to come first. Purah is searching frantically, but we still haven't found anything. Same thing. And it'll probably be the same.
Ah.
Yeah, okay. Cool, so we've exhausted the dialogue for these chaps. Couple of ways you can get up here. You could obviously climb this. Or any of the walls, really. Alternatively, you could ascend up through here too. Fun. Okay, I was right about this being a Zonai architecture. It's pretty obvious. It's like you can see the Zonai ruins and the runes, rather. The Zonai runes on the Zonai ruins. You can see some of the patterning of the Zonai, and you can see this Zonai construct. So this must be an upgrade station of sorts. Probably going to allow me to upgrade something. Maybe the battery. Steward construct. This is a crystal refinery. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, the battery. I could take your crystallized charges and use them to produce energy wells. Get producing. The production will require at least 100 crystallized charges. Return when you have collected a sufficient amount. Energy wells? An energy well can increase the capacity of the energy cell you are carrying. This increased capacity will allow you to use Zonai devices for longer periods. I can produce these energy wells for you if you bring me crystallized charges. Shall I begin production, or would you like me to explain crystallized charges? Crystallized charges? Yes, crystallized charges are materials used in the creation of energy wells. They are made by processing zonite. It is a unique mineral found deep beneath the surface below. You can bring any zonite mined from the depths to a forge construct for processing. That completes the explanation. Shall I produce energy wells for you? Unfortunately, I do not have enough, so goodbye, sir. I would enjoy further visits from you. I would also enjoy further visits from myself when I have the energy wells that I require, sir. Nice, you can climb this. That's cool. Hey, boys. How's it going? There's that parasol. I didn't try to climb up on the telescope. I wonder if that's possible. Yeah, I love this place. The stone foundation, the wood. They obviously put a lot of time into building this place. It's really cool. The civilians of Hyrule, I mean. Hylians. It is going to be interesting to go back to Breath of the Wild one day and see all of these areas as they were before all of the events of Tears of the Kingdom, and being able to compare them more just readily, I guess. In a lot of ways, this game makes Breath of the Wild obsolete, but it doesn't at the same time, because Breath of the Wild is still its own story, its own adventure. So it'll be worth it to go back and play it again, which is what I'm driving at here. Alright. What was I going to do? There's something I was going to do. I think I'll rest in the bed one more time. It's nighttime. We should go into Hyrule Castle in the morning during the day. How long will we sleep? Until morning. Yeah, it's a different sleep jingle. It's cool. yeah, can I... It's weird that there's an invisible hitbox on top of this bed. You can't climb onto the bed. It's very strange. I was also thinking it might be cool to keep track of the beds that you sleep in. But, I don't know. With all the cooking pots and treasure chests, I don't know if I'll have enough stamps. We can just assume that an establishment like this is going to have a bed in it, I think. Right, I was going to go check to see if I could get on top of this telescope real quick. Then we'll go to Hyrule Castle. Oh. Nice. This is cool. This is ancient technology, this telescope. You can see it's got different designs than the Zonai. It's something that you don't see too much of in this game so far, is this ancient stuff. Because it's all been replaced seemingly by Zonite stuff. It's kind of cool. I wonder if I could land in the water down there and potentially do a dive. No dive, but landed in the water. It's cool. Okay. Oh yeah. And I forgot, because of Ascend, there's one other thing I want to try here. I wanted to see if I could ascend up through this diorama, which you can indeed do, so that's pretty sick. This old beaten up wing. Wait, that gives me another idea. Maybe I can ascend up into this hammock. I was trying to see if I could get up here before. That's amazing. Why didn't I think of that the first time? That's so cool. Can I get up onto the... Okay, what about ascending up through here? Doesn't look like it. There might not be enough space to stand. Probably an invisible hitbox if you try to go up onto that. No, he's still gonna get mad. Okay. Just double checking, just double checking. Yeah, ascend is super important. You gotta remember ascend. I often do not remember ascend. Speaking of which, I wonder if I could ascend up through here somehow. Oh. Not that ascending up onto this is going to do much good. Okay, let's go, let's go. Enough shenanigans. It's cool though. Oh, could I get up onto this hammock? Or is it going to bring me straight up to the roof? Yeah. Or not the roof, but the patio up above. Alright then, Hyrule Castletown ruins. Let me put my hood on, since we're out in the wilderness. No, it's a nice day, you know. No reason for the hood. A lot of stuff to check out around the outskirts of this place, where the Guardians used to roam. Seemingly not nearly as dangerous as it used to be. I miss the Guardians, man. I had fun killing Guardians. It would be fun if there was like some Guardians still somewhere in the world that were still evil. That'd be a nice shout out to the original. I'm gonna try and throw a rock on this guy. Sucker. Miss. Sucker. Sucker. It's fun. No, you didn't see anything. I guess we'll do this enemy encampment since we're right here. Let's use the Phrenic bow to get a headshot on this guy. Oh, it didn't even hit him. Come on, what the fuck? That's lame. I thought the Phrenic bow shot a little bit straighter than that. That's disappointing. Well, can these guys even come this far? I'm surprised. Yeah, see? That's the edge of their radius. The damn fools. Go home. Let's do a speed up for a few minutes to get around a bit faster. Why not? No more of that horn blower, whistle blower. Yeah, you guys party. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Uh-oh, here comes a lightning storm. This is a good time to put the hood on. The game's been preventing rain for so long at Lookout Landing that we haven't had an opportunity. The game is just like forcing rain upon us now that it can. Put the hood on, protect from the elements. We're gonna kill that guy. He's an asshole. And we can try to sneak strike one of the other guys, and then we'll engage the last guy in open combat. All these are at risk of electrocution, except for the topaz rod. That's funny. I guess because it's made of electricity. It's cool, it produces light. Oh, these guys are fucked. I don't have to do anything. Man, those guys got completely zapped. Zapped out of existence. We gotta be careful, I don't want to get electrocuted too, so... Gotta watch ourselves here. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Some baked apples out of it, though. Fried fish or roasted acorn. Definitely gotta be careful. Things could get electrocuted at any moment out here. Feels like thunderstorms might be slightly more dangerous than they used to be. More things can get electrocuted all around you. Let's get our hands on some electric choo-choo jelly. Yellow choo-choo jelly. Yo, it's a good thing that didn't get electrocuted. That could have been bad. I wonder if that happens. I just want to do an experiment. Just leave that line there and see if it gets electrocuted or not. Oh. Weird. Oh, because I got close. Okay. So much lightning now. The game's trying to make up for not having lightning in so long. What the fuck? Oh, I changed the weather pattern now. Strange. Let's just pick this up then. Feel kind of bad killing foxes, but sometimes you gotta do it. Okay, the thunderstorm's almost over. Could use a shield. Can't carry any more melee weapons, so... Let's wait for this thunderstorm to be over. That one sword keeps getting electrocuted, the sword with the rock. Okay, the storm's over. Let's go... Yeah, I want to try to see... I doubt you can, because I tried this on other treasure chests. But I just wanted to see if you can fuse the chest. No, you can't. Okay. Let's just open it then. Arrow times 5, a bundle of 5 common arrows. The shafts of these arrows were carved from the wood of a sturdy tree. Nice. I'll take it. 3 arrows. Traveler's sword, don't need that. It's a spear, I don't think I really need a spear. Yeah, we're good with what we have for now. It's cool how this rock just straight up fell from the sky with the Zonai ruins on it. Didn't really notice that before. Okay. I think we're better off just leaving Snurble behind. I don't think I really should bring my horse in here. Here we go into the Hyrule Castle town ruins. Crazy. Nice, that's cool. You can close the door. I like that. We should leave it open right now. This place is open to the public for investigation and research, so we don't want to close the doors on everyone. There was a Korok in here. One of the last Koroks I ever found in Breath of the Wild was behind this shield. That would have been a cool shout out if there was another one, but there's not. Oops, damn it. Can't get away from me! I don't know where the third one went. It's all good, we got two of them. Yeah, it's very different. No guardians. Hudson construction piles everywhere. They're gonna start rebuilding. Wildlife. There's no malice all over the place. That would have been sweet. Keep the hood on for now. It's evening. Probably a bit of a chilly night. Not too chilly, but slightly chilly. Ah, damn, I scared the Darner away. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. I apologize to this hawk in advance. You're right in the eye. Ooh, nice, a new bird thigh. Raw bird thigh, +1 fuse attack power, 1.5 hearts of recovery. A high quality piece of meat that's hard to come by. You can eat it raw, but cooking it first will recover more hearts. Nice. I think that's because I got a headshot, potentially. Grab the cricket, parry some keys. Okay, nice. Let's. Can you not do that, please? Okay, sweet. I have to remember to come back here to get that chest. I want to bring this into the encampment and see what happens. It's one little experiment. We're walking back. This guy's chasing us. Oh, they're both chasing us. Sorry, boys, you're not going to get your head back, either of you. Belongs to one of them, the other's trying to steal it. Either way, you're not going to get it back. And we're going to see what the reaction is to carrying this into Lookout Landing. Say goodbye! Except you didn't try to stop me. That reminds me, I have to try and parry a bunch of these NPCs who are carrying weapons. Help me! Goodness gracious! Snurble will try and kill this and kick me at the same time. I'm just warming up! Help! Oh no! Yeah! Somebody please! I'll never retreat! Didn't see what he said. Yeah! Help me! Help me! Man, it's just a stupid skull. And you guys have weapons. I'm just warming up. Okay, that's what he said. Help! I'm just warming up. Help! Help me! Help me! Yeah! Yeah! Somebody help me! Okay, now. Weird, it's not moving around. All you have to do is poke your spear and it will die. Just give it one jab. You suck. Okay, let's see if anybody gives me a reward.
Oh,
You're up late. Help yourself to anything in this shelter. It's all yours to use as you see fit. No. No reward.
Oh. Ah.
I feel like such a fish out of water here. There's a whole lot of world outside my little village. Okay, no one has anything to say about rescuing them or giving me a reward.
Ah. Aye.
Let's stay overnight again. Nice, it does recover your heart. I wanted to find out if that was the thing. Makes sense, makes sense. Back over to Hyrule Castle. There's a birdie up there. Should probably use the Phrenic bow. Nice. Climb up there and get that in a sec. I also want to shoot this. Okay, just making sure there's no Korok on that shield piece either. Let's go into these gatehouses. Up onto the ramparts. Up onto the tower. Okay, there's a Korok there for sure. Our first Korok of the day. It's been a long stream and no Koroks so far, but there's one there for sure. Let's go grab the spoils from that bird that I shot right here. Bird drumstick. So much to explore in this courtyard alone. It's pretty wild. We're gonna do it systematically, I guess. Let's get the Korok first, though. Yeah, you found me! Korok seed. So we gotta come up with a name for this one. This is Din Daniel, the Korok. Number 48. Korok seed number 48. This small seed was given to you by the Korok named Din Daniel. It has a distinct smell. If you gather a bunch of them, you never know what may happen. Alright. This is a maple leaf face with light green face, no berry twigs, mud red body, as far as the face itself goes, what did I call this face? Like the facial features. Um, you get the salad? Wide eye, I called this. Makes sense because the eyes are so far apart. Wide eye. And this would be under rock. On rampart. Front gate. Hyrule. Castle. Town. Alright, that's been recorded in our journal. Our Zelda notebook. The Denver Nuggets are running away with the game. They're up by 14 with 30 seconds gone in the fourth quarter. So 11 and a half minutes remaining in the game. Bye-bye! And of course we gotta drop this on Din Daniel. Ouch! Again. Ouch! Again. Ouch! Don't you have anything else to say? Ouch! He's always saying ouch over and over again. Yeah! There we go. Oof! There we go. He said ouch many times in a row. It's kind of a cool coincidence. Go down into this gatehouse. What do we have down here? Nothing. These used to have supply crates in Breath of the Wild where you could get arrows, fruits, things of that nature. Of course, I get here and they start flying away. Come on, that's bullshit. Okay, we got that one. Got it. Nice. Looks like there's maybe more that I can grab. These might be invisible. Yeah, they're all invisible. Oh, there's a cricket that I missed. Oh well. Too bad, so sad. Let's keep exploring the ramparts on the outskirts and go systematically inwards. Red rupee, 20 rupees. Its red luster tickles your heartstrings. Very nice. Cricket up in here. Back up to the ramparts. Rock plateau with not a whole lot going on. We do have another rock here. This may be another Korok, although I highly doubt it since there was one right over there with the same... Yeah. Oops. Too bad I didn't have a bow equipped. Wanted to shoot those fuckers. Maybe not too late. Nice. Nice. Don't know where the third one went. All good, we got those two. Phrenic bow's helpful for stuff like that. Now, where did their meat land? No, I'm good. I'll come out in a bit. Sweet, thank you. Definitely gonna have to explore that cave too. Lots to do around here. .16 lead for Denver now with 9.5 minutes left. I always enjoy parrying wherever possible. Even if it's not necessary, I could have struck those choo-choos down easily, but it wouldn't have been as fun had I not parried, so gotta make it fun sometimes, you know? Gotta make it fun. I like that you can climb out those windows, it's fun. So that's where the cave is. We'll be exploring that in further detail, but right now we're just doing the ramparts around the castle town. Castletown ruins. Looks like we're facing some cloud cover, but no rain. Wonder if I can rest here for a sec. Not very solidly. Oh wow, okay, nice. Take that. I doubt that I can get up here. Probably won't let me climb this. Yeah, don't think so. Okay, okay. Just testing the parameters. And kind of curious to shoot this, even though it probably won't yield anything. Nope. Better shoot the other side just in case, because you never know. Oh, no shield on that side. Okay. All good, all good. Yep, Denver's running away with it. 19 points ahead. 8.5 minutes to go. Let's explore this whole rock up here. Mahario playing The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Nice. Good friend of mine. Real good friend of mine. Okay, Korok challenge. And a lizard. I think we should name this Korok thinking something along the lines of lizard or Lizalfos or lizard person. Just because there is a good luck lizard there. But I don't know, maybe not. We'll see what comes to me when I see it. Took quite a turn. I wasn't expecting it to go all the way down the ramparts. Kind of fun. pretty wild. I was not expecting it to come this far from all the way up there. That's quite a far Korok challenge. They don't usually range this far. I hate that when you're trying to jump, but then the ladder stops your jump. Aha, there's the end. Okay, his name is Ramstein. Ramstein. I was thinking Rampart, Ram something, Ram. There we go, Ramstein. Yeah, haha, you found me! Korok. Korok seed. This small seed was given to you by the Korok named Ramstein. Number 49. It has a distinct smell. If you gather a bunch of them, you never know what may happen. Actually, let me finish this dialogue. Bye-bye! So that we can let some of this thunderstorm pass. Hopefully there's nothing here that can get electrocuted. I'm just gonna have Link hang out under the awning while we record Ramstein's attributes. And then this thunderstorm will pass by a little bit. It's number 49. Small heart-shaped face. Small heart face. True green face. Prop in the left, as always. Tan body and sly grin. Tan body, sly grin. Flower challenge. Follow flower. Follow flowers. West Rampart. West Rampart. Hyrule. Castletown. There we go. Alright, there's Korok number 49 in the books, Ramstein. .8 game here, 7.5 minutes to go. Nice, and that recording actually almost blasted through the lightning storm, so we'll just have to avoid a little bit of metal weaponry for the time being, and it'll be difficult to climb. Nothing else up on that rock, so we can head down here. Sundyline, very nice. Spicy peppers. Yeah, we don't want to get too close to trees. I forgot those can get electrocuted. Struck by lightning. Case in point. We were standing there moments ago. Too bad you can't sneak strike a fox. That's about as close as you can get to that, though. this is badly damaged. That's good because fuck, I knew that was gonna happen. The game tries to fuck you over. The thunderstorm's almost over here. Yeah, I need more weapons slots, space for weapons, so I don't mind if this topaz rod is almost broken. Is this another Korok? No. Restless cricket. Damn, that would have been sick if I was able to get that guy. Too bad. Well, let's parry him anyways. Check out the rest of this gate. Make sure there's nothing going on here. Looks clean. Might as well chop down this wood since it's already half down for us from the lightning. This one too. Little jump cancel. Let's definitely sneak up on this bokoblin if we can. God damn you. How did he hear me? How did I not get that sneak strike? That's too bad. Because I guess maybe he was gonna turn around anyways. But I don't feel like I should have detected him in the rain while crouching. Addison again? Okay. I guess I should help out since I'm here. Farmy hoe, we'll take that. Okay, I can't bust that. Should be a simple fix though if we just wedge one of these in there. I feel like that should prevent it from toppling over. Hopefully, maybe. The base is balanced on the left and right, so if anything it'll try to fall forwards and then it'll hit that and that'll prevent it. Let's give it a try. Enokita Construction Company. Addison.
Ah!
Oh, it's you! Thanks for your help earlier. I'm putting President Hudson here too. I will give him my full support as always. No wind or rain will get in my way. But I can't stand here forever. I've got so many more signs to spread around. I don't know what to do. Try letting go. What? Are you going to support him? All right, I'll let go. Nice, it worked. Success, first try.
Ah!
How's the president standing? Oh! I love his surprised face. That was brilliant. I would never have thought of it. Oh, right. Let's get him secured while he's still standing. Miami's catching up a little bit. 14 points. Just under 5 minutes to go. Just put this right here, get that fastened, and
Ah!
perfect. With your help, President Hudson is now standing proudly and firmly in place. Fills my heart with joy to see him doing so well on his own. Take this with my thanks. Red rupee, 20 rupees, its red luster tickles your heartstrings. He's gonna give me 3 rewards. Oh, but maybe that's not enough. Here's a little something extra. Red rupee again, 20 rupees, its red luster tickles your heartstrings. Ah, but I still don't feel like I've thanked you enough. This is a little something from my premium collection, a special gift from me to you. A bomb flower, nice. +1 fuse attack power, a dangerous flower that contains explosive elements, does not mix well with fire or electricity unless the goal is to blow things up.
Whoa!
Now I can go to other places to put up more signs. With that, I'm off. Kind of interesting to keep an Addison journal too. See what the different rewards are at each place. I missed the first 3 entries, but I'm tempted. Like I can go back and watch the streams if I really wanted to. I think we're gonna do it. Addison Journal, June 7th, 23. Okay, the first 3 entries we'll have to go back and re-look at. 4th entry is here, outside Hyrule. Castletown. He gave me 2. We'll go red rupee. Red rupee. And bomb flower. The first one gave me a red rupee. I don't remember what the second reward was, but the third, it was some kind of dish. The third reward was a ticket, a sleepover ticket. Same with the second one, actually, red rupee. First reward, sleepover ticket, was the last reward. And the third guy gave me a red rupee, a dish, I think, and a bomb flower as well, if I remember correctly. Just a couple dishes missing in there that we'll have to go back and find, and the locations of those guys as well. I wonder if I should mark these signs. It just feels like an important thing, maybe. No, I feel like someone else is going to do that pretty soon, so it's probably not necessary. Gotta get back into the castle town. Aha, nice. Yo, that's cool. I can grab the acorn. I have to use the acorn though. No, you can't fuse the acorn. That would be super cool. That'd be like a really rare weapon that you wouldn't be able to get after you get all the Koroks with acorns. What? Why are they attacking me? I guess because there's no one else to attack. Get out of here. Okay, well let's grab it with Ultra Hand, because that's something you can do. Is it going to disappear when I grab it? What's going to happen to it? Also, I wish I could record this, but I can't. Let me just go in and delete something. I feel like some of these things I don't need. That's not super important, that one. This is probably not super important. I've already got footage of me parrying these guys, and I'll get much more footage of me parrying these guys again. Let's just delete this. Alright, sweet. That way we can save this. Weird. Grab it with Ultra Hand, but you can't pull it out. Random, I can walk quite far away. Okay, there. Okay, we're getting outside the castle bounds now, so I don't want to explore too much more of this, but I do want to get this Korok. Wonder if I could attach it to something else with Ultra Hand and then try to remove it. Looking like Denver's gonna take this one home. They're up by 13 with a minute and a half left. Okay, that's really weird. That's so bizarre. Yeah, haha, you found me! Korok seed. This small seed was given to you by the Korok named Lucille. It has a distinct smell. If you gather a bunch of them, you never know what may happen. Bye-bye! This is a rare one, the four-leaf clover face. That's cool though. Number 50, Lucille. Four-leaf clover. Four-leaf clover. I don't even know what you call the facial features. True green face. Pale green body. Prop and left.
Bye-bye.
This was Acorn. Acorn in tree west of Lookout Landing. Okay, nice. Let's go back into Hyrule Castle. I actually forgot there's another Korok over there that I never shot or got a cry of exclamation from. What's his face? Fucking... Ramstein. Here we go. Don't want to get electrocuted here. I'm worried. Scared. Get away from these trees. Okay. I don't know where those birds went. I can't find them. Oh well. to that one Korok. Yeah, right there he is, Ramstein. We never shot him. Or got a cry of exclamation from him, so now that's done. Oh, the chest could get electrocuted, so we gotta be careful there. Hope it doesn't happen instantaneously if it does. Ruby, nice. +1 fuse attack power. A precious red ore mined from large ore deposits. Rubies contain the power of fire and have fetched a high price since ancient times. Very nice. Back away from that before it gets electrocuted. Gonna finish our survey of the ramparts. At least the western side of the ramparts. We're not going to get to the eastern side tonight because I'm going to stop the stream pretty soon here. Gotta have my dinner and just chill. I'm getting tired. Probably tell I'm not as animated as I was in the early parts of the stream. And that is because I'm getting quite tired. It's been a long day. It's been a great day though. Woke up early, did a bunch of stuff. Went on a long bike ride today as well by the lake. That was pretty awesome. Got some good exercise there. Collect all these crickets out in the rain. Why not? It's hard to follow the path of the ramparts out here. Gets a little bit dodgy up in the mountainous region, rocky region. But we just basically want to encircle Hyrule Castle Town. Okay, the lightning's gone. That's good. Nice, here's something down in one of these storehouses. Another ruby. Sweet. Groovy. And Denver won game 3. They're up 2-1 in the series now. Overall, I'm happy with that. I do like Denver a lot, but I like Miami a lot too. It's a tough choice. It's tough no matter what happens for one of these awesome groups of guys. But regardless of who wins and loses, they should all be proud of themselves for making it so hard so far. I wasn't paying too close attention, but Jokic is getting the post-game interview, which means he probably had another epic game. We'll save the interior exploration for the next time, but I wanted to at least check that tree. like that down there, all of that. We'll explore that tomorrow or the next time I stream. I may not be able to play tomorrow. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Korok puzzle, we'll save all that. Korok down there. Korok down there. Maybe I should get these Koroks. I don't know. It's kind of slightly outside the main courtyard. Just get them right now, and then I won't have to worry about it next time. Sweet, we'll take some Stamella shrooms. Looking epic. Right in the ass. It's kind of mean. Sorry, Foxy. Might as well bust this up since we're here. Knew it was going to be a melee weapon that I can't hold. We'll drop the farming hoe, I guess. Soldier's broadsword. No, well, one-handed weapon with an attack value of 6. A light, thin metal sword used by the guards of Hyrule Castle. Its lightweight makes it easy to handle and enables quick charged attacks. I'll pick that up just so I can get... Drop that just so I can get the soldier's broadsword, but... Let's keep the farming hoe just because it's something different. It's fun to have different wacky weapons sometimes. Oh, there's a Korok right here too. Korok festival right now. Yeah, haha, you found me. Korok seed. We're gonna have to make a new page for Korok entries. This pen's pissing me off. This is gonna be Yurt. Yurt the Korok. Y-E-R-T. Got a heart, small heart-shaped face. True green face. Pale green body. Sly grin. No berry twigs. No berry twigs. And this was, what would we call this? Sparkles. Follow the sparkle. Follow sparkle. West. Hyrule. Ramp. It's impossible to read. Tried to squish it down into such a small space, but what can we do? Bye. Yeah. Ouch. Okay, we're not going to worry about exploring those outskirt areas, but I do want to get the other Koroks that are easily accessible down here. Then we're going to call it a quits after that. There was a high-tailed lizard. Guess you got scared away. Won't worry about those fishies right now. Nice green rupee. Sundelion. Fire fruits. But yeah, I was curious to see if you could fuse. Probably not, but that'd be crazy if you could fuse those. No. That'd be fun though. There we go. Nice. Oh, this guy's a funky color. So this is Sherman. Yeah, haha, you found me! Korok seed. This small seed was given to you by the Korok named Sherman. It has a distinct smell. If you gather a bunch of them, you never know what may happen. Okay, so Sherman. He had the horn sound. Caught that sound this time. Got some funky colors. Got like a lime green face. Yellow green. Yellow green face. I don't even know what to call the body color. Bye. Guess we'll go with the pale green body. Prop left. Maple leaf face. Wide eye. Wide eye. This was block puzzle. Puzzle. West ramparts. Okay. Almost done for the day. I'm gonna go get one more Korok that I can visibly see right now. I'm gonna call it. Go back to Lookout Landing, get some sleep. Yeah, that Korok right there. That balloon underneath the bridge. So far I haven't had any Korok puzzles where you have to throw the rocks into the ring of rocks. I like those ones. They're interesting, physics-wise. Yeah, that has a little bit more dip than I thought it would. Those arrows should get carried downstream. I don't see them. Ooh. Okay, I can't carry any more shields. You know what? I should probably just get rid of this cannon shield. It's kind of hasn't been very good for me. Take that rusty shield instead. That'll be more useful. This shall be Isaiah. Yeah, you found me! Korok seed. This small seed was given to you by the Korok named Isaiah. It has a distinct smell. If you gather a bunch of them, you never know what may happen. Nice. Bye-bye! We're not going to say goodbye yet because we need to record his features. So this is banana leaf face, long eye, prop left, pale green body, true green face, under bridge, west rampart, balloon, and that does it for this page of our Korok journal. We'll have to start a new page for the next session, which we will do. But that's all for tonight, so we'll pack that up. Put the pen back in the pen slot. We also have this thing, whatever you call it. Just a sleeve or whatever. Francois, my cat, is hanging out. Good boy. You good boy. Bye-bye. Okay, we need to shoot Isaiah. Yeah. Perfect. And then I also forgot we also need to shoot Sheldon. That's quite a drop off after a certain range, this Phrenic bow. It's only a certain range it goes straight, and then it drops off. Oh well, we got him. Now let's go and get our arrows back. And I'll just do one further little investigation over here, but I think that's going to do it in terms of tonight's exploration. I guess I should just check this rampart real quick because this is the last section of West Rampart, and then we'll be completely done with the Western Ramparts, and we can explore the Eastern Ramparts starting next time. Looks like the tower's clear. Go inside the gatehouse. Nothing going on inside. Obviously, we'll explore all this next time. Inside these ramparts, I mean, we'll explore everything inside. Well, I guess there's another Korok after all. It's a little annoying because I haven't made the new page yet, but we're gonna have to improvise because I might as well get this recorded. So let's just start out the next page. Getting out a ruler so I can make decent lines. It doesn't have to be perfect right now. So there we go. I just made a quick basic top part there, and we'll fill the rest out of the lines out next time. But this is just for this one right here. And this is Kersnorn. Kersnorn. K-A-R S-N-O-R-N. Kursnorn. Upside down face. Upside down eyes. Lily pad or butt face. True green face. Berry twig in right. And tan body. There we go, easy. Under rock. West rampart. Hyrule. Castle. Town. Okay, nice. There we go. Korok number 54 in the books. Kursnorren. All done. An unexpected Korok to end the night, but it's all good. We got it. Yahaha! You found me! Korok seed. This small seed was given to you by the Korok named Kursnorren, number 54. It has a distinct smell. If you gather a bunch of them, you never know what may happen. Right on. My heart pendant. Just playing with that. Heart container. Bye-bye! And of course... Yeah! Sorry, Kursnorren, but it had to be done. And again. Ouch! And an oof. You got an oof for me? Yeah! Yeah! Give me the oof, bud. Give me the oof, and then our time will be finished. Thank you. Fun little divot. You can still talk to the Korok from here. Bye-bye! We're in a bit of gloom here. You can see the red and black speckles all over the screen. Kind of reminds me of like a blood moon a little bit. Oh cool, you can see that gloom on the path there. I guess it's because we're getting close to Hyrule Castle. Okay, let's get some speed up. Take these hasty fried wild greens because it'll revive my heart that I'm missing and give me 1 minute of speed up, which will help us get back to the camp a little bit faster. I'm not going to bother exploring at all. I'm just going straight back to the camp. Lookout landing where we're going to rest for the night, and we will do a thorough investigation of this whole area in our next stream, which may be tomorrow, but it might not be. I have some personal stuff I got to take care of. I do have a date tomorrow night, and I need to make sure I'm all ready for that. So I also I want to go on a long bike ride up in the river in the valley. Probably do some chores. So yeah, we'll see what tomorrow brings, but I may not have time for streaming tomorrow. But I'll definitely be back at it Friday night if I'm not doing it tomorrow, one way or another. It's been a great stream though. We got 6.5 hours of streaming done today. Good stuff. And We don't want to be threatening, so we're going to take off all of our equipment. We're going to take off our hood, as we are friend, not foe. Come home to Lookout Landing. This is our new temporary home. Until we get to Hateno, where our house is, maybe, if our house is still there. Or if we can get a house somewhere else in the world and get a permanent home. One way or another, this is our temporary home. Here's our good girl, Snurble. Give her some pats. I don't remember this guy. Ah, good game. Eat, work, sleep. Oh, he was outside before. Huh. I prefer to keep work and my personal time separate, so can you bother me some other time? If you have questions about Lookout Landing, I'm not your guy. Scorpus? Scorpus is your guy. He's over in the center area. Thanks, good game. What about good game's friend? Good game had a friend out here. Wonder where he goes during his off hours. Could be down here. No. Yeah, I'm not seeing where that other dude went. Also, I wonder if this guy returns, or if he just hangs out here permanently now. Sleep, work, sleep. Also, I wonder if I can parry this guy. That's a joke, right?
Oh. Ah. Oh.
Had a chance to try out what I gave you?
Ah.
I need to keep practicing so I can someday become as fine a swordsman as the legendary Link.
Oh. Ah.
Sick. Damn. Not enough room. We'll have to get some space and try that again next time. I'm assuming it'll work on pretty much all of these NPCs. Like this guy with the spear here. Nice. Oh, this guy's got a weapon.
Oh.
Don't talk to me. Fuck off. I'm trying to parry you, not talk.
Ah.
Okay, nice. He draws his weapon too, actually. Okay, it's certainly possible to parry those guys with enough attempts. Oh, here's that other dude. Okay. What to do? Oh no, it's a game again. I'm pretty picky when selecting ingredients, so if there's something you need, can it happen later? Okay, I guess those guys just aren't hanging out there anymore. Oh, this one guy is still here. Okay, okay, that makes more sense. Fascinating. Grunion. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, hi there. I was captivated by the sight of the ruins in the glowing daylight.
Ah.
These ruins are very unusual. They're unique
Ah.
among all the ruins that our survey team has discovered, on the surface at least. We need to investigate it fully, but most of the team is at the Ring Ruins. We're stretched thin these days. We'll have to make do. The Ring Ruins are very important after all. Ring Ruins?
Oh.
Those ruins fell all over Kakariko Village, far off in the Necluda region to the southeast. They're called the Ring Ruins because, well, they're still partially intact and are in the shape of rings. You can't see them from here, but climb up high at Lookout Landing and you can make them out on the horizon. But these ruins here are special too, truly unique. Still, the Ring Ruins hold something mysterious that's got the attention of the Zonai survey team's leader. He's there looking into the stone slabs inscribed with Zonai text. He took most of our team with him.
Ah.
So I guess I'm lucky that I get to investigate ruins this important all on my own without anyone here to bother me.
Ah.
You sure are interested in this ruin, aren't you? Well, right now, most of the survey team is far away at the Ring Ruins.
Ah.
The whole team's stretched thin, so our research here is slower than I'd like. We'll have to make do. The Ring Ruins are very important after all. Goodbye.
Ah.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Alright. We are going to wrap it up there. It's been a good stream. It's been a good session. Again, take off our equipment one more time. And we're going to go hang out in the emergency shelter. Although, you know what? Why don't we bring Snurble a little bit closer to the other horses? I doubt it, but it would be cool if you could actually get her in the stable. Like in here. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be possible. Okay, but still, we can keep her close to the other horses. She might feel a little bit more at home with some of the other horses around. There you go, girl. And of course I'm gonna feed you, don't you worry. Don't have too many carrots though, so you're gonna have to make do with apples this time, girl. That's a good girl. Okay, you hang out here with Carson and Lester. They'll take care of you. I'm gonna go have a snooze in the emergency shelter, and we'll be back next time. It's almost like Champion's gear. No, not quite. Okay, let's run a quick save. Then have a sleep. We will rest until nighttime, I guess. And we are going to end it right there. So, put our console to sleep. Plug in our controller. That's it. It's been a very fun stream. Almost 7 hours at it today. We explored all around Lookout Landing, a little bit of Hyrule Castle ramparts in the Hyrule Castle town, which we will continue the survey of next time when we resume tomorrow or Friday. Haven't decided if it's going to be tomorrow or Friday. We might get to it tomorrow, if not Friday for sure. But yeah, good times. Thanks for everyone that stopped by and everyone who chatted and all that good stuff. I'll catch you guys next time. Kilson out. Peace. Peace.